Dude, I opened up my computer this morning. Everything was dead. Everything was broken. All right? All of it. I couldn't. It was all right. We're good. We're good. It's fine. It's fine. It's fixed. I had to fix it. We're good. I think. Hopefully nothing breaks. I have a really important project we need to work on today. But good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. It is indeed Wednesday. Wednesday. That might be Thursday, actually. We're good though. We're good though. It is indeed Wednesday, which means it is World Building Wednesday. The day that we focus on world building, homebrew, and sometimes a little bit of both. So,
Bluff. I have 37.
Damn, bro. Dude, holy shit. Kitty, McBluff, thank you both for the 37-month subscriptions. Holy shit, dude. You guys have new badges now. Hey, I finally got off my ass and did my new sub badges. So congratulations on earning your new sub badge. I'm not sure if that's what you wanted out of your TDC experience, but I do appreciate the long-term support. That means the world to me. Seriously, guys, thank you very much for that. I'm honored. Of all the places you could forget to cancel your sub for 37 whole ass months, well, you chose here. So there it is, man. But thank you. I appreciate that. Welcome back, everybody. It is a new week, more or less. Yesterday was don't worry about yesterday. Yesterday was some scuffed shit. Let's not bring up pangolins, and it was a fever dream. All right, I had a nightmare last night about being chased by a pangolin. So maybe we shouldn't go back to. Maybe it's actually makes it a great monster for Horizon. I don't know. But either way, I want to do a little painting today. I want to do a little bit of environment painting. You know, I got some confidence in me, a little bit of I don't know, swagger in my step over my break when I was gone for 3 weeks. And I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready to jump back into environment painting. So I think I want to do a second big environment painting somewhere in Teleria to really paint a picture for those individual players wanting to jump into a game somewhere in Eldara. I think we could do something Shattered Sea related. So I think we need to do some floating islands. I think floating islands are the thing we need to do. How do we paint that? I don't know. Tell you, man, call it a blood pango and give it a tongue tickle attack. We're not giving it. I don't want any tongue lashing. No, come on. Then it's gonna be an eldritch monstrosity, Atari, and then we're gonna have to do rules for how it eats your brain. But look, I'm willing. I'm just saying that it might go poorly. Not for me, but for the players. So I've been having so much fun in class. I'm working on my major project and it's been so hyped. What is your major project? What is like your major first year project, the thing that you're going to be remembered for, the thing that you have to pull out all of your skills and passion and everything that brought you here to this moment with Bluff? What is your major first year project? Also, I'm glad you're having fun in classes. It's first year of art school is supposed to be fun and exploratory. Supposed to be disciplined as well, you know, but that's really only difficult for those who are not willing to put the work in. For everyone else, it's supposed to be a lot of fun. So hopefully the project will remain fun and won't stress you out too much. But I'm curious on what you're working on for like your big projects, because like first year art school can be a lot of fundamentals, or it can be a lot of conceptual stuff. Some art schools choose to front load fundamentals and say, nope, you're going to be drawing fruit and painting still lives and doing figure drawing and portraiture. That's your first year, get over it. And other art schools are like, we're going to ease you in with like projects to get your creativity going. And then in second, third year, we're going to make sure you go deep into fundamentals. That's when you start doing the advanced courses, advanced drawing, advanced whatever. So I'm always curious what art schools choose to do and how they choose to educate. Because I don't know. I've thought about this a lot. I'm not sure I'd ever call myself an art educator, but I think every artist needs to consider themselves an educator at some point in time. I haven't really thought about the best way of doing it, because I think I've had poor success trying to educate a lot of younger artists. I don't know if it's my fault or not, but I want to take responsibility for the problem regardless, right? And so I'm trying to figure out a better way of doing it. I'm not sure if it's better to front load fundamentals or if it's better to front load passion. You know, there's an argument to be made for people who are not in art school wanting help with like art, not being able to tolerate certain like fundamentals that I always push people for. But I don't know, the best way to do it. I had the TLDR, whatever your announcement was, please. Oh, so Kitty, there was a bunch of cool stuff. There was what was in the announcement? The announcement had new emotes. There's two new emotes that I did over the break. I thought it was so clever, Kitty. Here are the two new emotes. These are two characters from our D&D campaign, like all the characters are from the emotes. So there's two new emotes, and I'm gonna be doing an emote a week until I'm filled with my slots, which I thought it wouldn't be too long. Because here's the thing, Kitty, I had like 5 extra slots to fill. So I was like, it's fine. I'll do an emote, you know, every week for the next month or so, and it'll be good. Then Twitch came out of nowhere and said, by the way, all affiliates, you guys get like an extra like 15 slots each, plus an extra 15 animated emote slots. So now I have like 30 something slots to fill. So I'm gonna be doing an emote a week for like the rest of the year. Is what I'm gonna try to do. New badges. Project announcement stuff. Kitty, there's gonna be a release this month. The big one was the announcement of the release of the Eldara soundtrack. That's right, the Realms of Eldara original soundtrack volume 1, which is really exciting for me. Dashto has composed it himself. He has spent the better part of 2 or 3 years composing, learning the ropes on not just composition, but also there's a lot about music that I didn't really realize was a difficult, like so difficult, so uniquely difficult for orchestral composition, that the mixing and mastering of audio and all the technical computer side of it for orchestral music, way more complex than something like, you know, rock music or whatever. Not to say that like rock or EDM or any of the popular music isn't complex. Obviously, that's the audio engineering is a completely very difficult field. But orchestral is this like extra level of like, you're working with like 50 instruments. And you need to like individually take care of them the entire time. So really his background, like Dashos is professionally by day, he's a software engineer at a very high level at a very prestigious game company. So he takes his like mastery of composition and music and his love and passion in his life that he's had all his life, and mixes that with the software engineer in him to be able to do this, which is amazing. So he's got those skill sets that he put together and is actually finishing the album this February. So it's gonna be on Spotify. I'm gonna be listening to it on stream all the time, because his music, for those of you who have heard certain tracks, you know it's insane. Like people hear it and they say like, wow, this is like from a game or from a movie or something. This is like professional shit. Like, why is he wasting his abilities and talents and skills on your dumbass shit, Evan? And I'm like, I don't know, because we play D&D together, I guess. So yeah, those were I think the TLDRs, the announcements. Oh wait, sorry, let me catch up. I'm making a scrapbook for the BBG of a home game I'm playing and trying to do a more prop making alongside illustration. Ooh, physical artwork. Oh shit. See how much you can convey a character without drawing them, their clothes, etc. That's a really good challenge, actually. I like that project quite a bit. I want to see when it's done. I want to do an art school year in review for you. I'm very invested in your art school experience, Bluff. I'm very much looking forward to you seeing what you do and create in your time in art school, because I think you're where you're meant to be. I'm glad to hear you're having fun. I'm proud of you. I know, look, it doesn't really matter like who, like when you say like I'm proud of you, it's like, okay, that matters maybe from your dad or from your friends or whatever, but like when I say I'm proud of you, like I it's a bit of a selfish pride. Like I'm super proud and happy to see you thriving, because you deserve it and you're amazing, and I respect and look up to you. So Evan, you're an art educator. You spend a ton of time on your stream explaining techniques and comparing art styles and techniques and whatnot. I appreciate that, but I think that I don't think I make any content specifically geared towards art education, because I'm just not an artist that's like worth learning from. I don't think, not yet anyway. But I'm gonna be that artist one day, and I want to be ready for that time when people are asking me like, how do I do something the way you do? It's like I want to be really good at being able to like help guide artists, because I've needed a lot of guidance. And I think that every artist has a bit of a responsibility in their craft and being an artist to help the next generation. I've heard multiple artists that I really respect and look up to say you bear some responsibility to teach and pass on your craft. And some artists don't like that. They're like, I don't have a responsibility to anybody else. Don't tell me what to do. It's like, okay, sure, do whatever you want. You don't have any real responsibility to artists, but there is a sort of a moral, like, You know, if everyone felt the way that you feel about not taking responsibility for the next generation, you wouldn't be where you are, kind of thing, you know. So I think that it's a good thing for artists to have, is to consider themselves at a certain point in time in their career, they have a moral responsibility to educate and train and teach. But I don't know. Something called a foundation year. So course is meant to be general introduction to how this university runs and its media courses before you move on to your specific ones. Hence why I'm making actual items to get ready for next year when I start set and prop design. Interesting. So that's gonna be a lot of fundamentals the next year. That's cool. I like that. That's a good way of doing them. We kind of did that a little bit in my art school. First year is really a general year. First year is a fuck off, who cares year. You do a lot of foundational, fundamental stuff in where I went, and then second, third, and fourth year are when you apply to your major. And now if you're applying to like a general major like glass blowing or jewelry making or painting, you just get in. That's just your major. But when you apply to like the visual communications program that I went through, you have to actually get accepted into it. It's very difficult. A lot of people spend like 2, 3, 4 years in their first year trying to get good enough to apply into the VCD program that I went to. It was a very, very prestigious, and I didn't even get in on the first round. I did. I got in on the wait list, so I wasn't even good enough to get in on the just get accepted, whatever. It was very, very nerve-wracking for me. Good morning, Soja. It's amazing. It is, Kitty. I'm very excited for it. I'm very excited for people to hear the finished master product that Dashto has concocted. It is monumental for me as a person, you know, curating and facilitating the building of this world and this project. Seeing Dashto create something that it's the first thing that anyone has created for the world that is not by my hands, that I am willing to put my name on and say this is official. So it's very excited for me. Remember the first 2 demo instruments from a year or 2 back? Yeah, the finished tracks are ridiculous. They're ridiculous. Dash is professional Giga Chad and secretly plays a half dozen famous orchestras. I believe it. Yeah, he plays a lot of instruments. He plays bass, cello, I believe, as well, just by virtue of bass, viola, violin, piano. Dashto spent like a year. Dude, Dashto was like, hey man, what's your favorite piano piece? And I was like, ooh, probably like the first movement of a Appassionata, which is a piano sonata by Beethoven. He was like, okay, cool. And then like 8 months later at BlizzCon, when I went down to California and I saw him, he was like, hey, let me just play this thing real quick for you. And he just plays it. It's masterful. It was like, that's like one of the hardest pieces to learn as a pianist. So he's kind of ridiculous, you know. His ability to focus and his work ethic is man, if I could focus on my art like he can focus on his music, I'd probably be a lot further in my life. But I'm glad I'm bluff because I'm proud of you. What's a flower? What's going on, bro? To be honest, the school has an interesting way of teaching fundamentals. Our modules are focused on projects, and we have workshops as part of our schedule. We're also encouraged to attend as many workshops, seminars, and master classes as we can. Yeah, so that's actually one thing that's really important for art school. Like what I realized and it's something that I didn't have the opportunity to do really, but what I realized about graduating from my art school was graduating art school was not enough. Simply getting your degree was actually irrelevant. And it has proven as such. Many of the artists that I graduated with, probably I'd say in my graduating class there's probably 40 people in my program, maybe less, maybe 30, maybe, I don't know, because there was a really high attrition rate, a lot of dropouts every year. People just couldn't handle it, pressure, didn't make the cut, whatever it was. And probably only like 10, like probably like 30% of them actually went on to like be like artists and have their careers like really like be artists, right? A lot of people, like, your degree doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You earn your paper, you don't, it doesn't fucking matter whatsoever at all, almost, you know. Maybe for the first job it matters a little bit, but as an artist, your portfolio is what matters. And I started succeeding in art school when I made that realization, and a group of friends of mine, friends that have gone on to work in the games industry and to be really like one of my friends is a principal artist at Riot. It's like a big fucking deal, right? And he was the best artist in our graduating class. You know, he's kind of an asshole to me actually all the time, but you know, we were still friends. I don't know, it was kind of weird. I still love him. He and a couple other friends went off to do they went off to do a lot of courses outside of it. So they signed up for like sort of courses, online courses with real artists in the industry. And now I couldn't do this because I was broke, and those courses were about like $800 or $900 Canadian at the time, so like $500 or $600 US, which wasn't bad. They're probably now about $1,000 US to do something like that, I think. So they got an education on top of their art school education, which made them actually like hireable out of art school. But everyone who didn't kind of wasn't. It was like very weird. A lot of people had to take time off. I mean, hell, I'm like what, 10 years out of art school. I'm still not hireable. No, so it really is a matter of how much you try, what extra amount of work you're willing to put into it. So absolutely, I think you have to attend all those courses, do all that extra work. Otherwise, you're not really going to make it, which sucks. But if you realize that and commit to it, then you're almost guaranteed to make it. It's like weird. It's like a binary thing, you know. If you choose to make it, you make it. If you choose to be a successful artist, you are a successful artist. It's kind of crazy. So I'm glad that you value that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's your extracurricular really does matter. Does networking matter? Networking matters quite a bit. Yeah, networking can get you. So you can be there's like, so you can be good enough or different enough that you can work anywhere. But connections and networking really does actually make a large difference. I mean, like with any artist, like you want to. So like I had a lot of really good opportunities that I kind of blew, you know. For working at Blizzard, because I didn't think I was good enough, and apparently I was, which is something I'll never a sting I will never really recover from in my life. But I try and use it as a reminder to try hard and to do my best, right? But the sting was that I had met the art director for World of Warcraft. All right, I met him at a benefit dinner. Right, so the benefit dinner was if you go to BlizzCon, you could pay an extra couple $100s to go to this charity benefit dinner. And at this charity benefit dinner, went to this Southern California Children's Hospital thing, whatever, is a great cause. But you also got to go to this small gathering, like only maybe like 100 or 200 people, and all the top level of Blizzard people were there. The department heads, the president, the CEO, the founders. Like you could talk. Like I was sitting there and I was talking to Blizzard's 3 cinematics directors for like a half hour, just one on, like just me and those 3 people, right? And it was incredible, right? One of them was just like, hey, come to Blizzard and I'll give you a tour, you know, after the convention. Another one was like, hey, come to my panel and I'll have my wife save you and your girlfriend a seat. And she did, and she was amazing. I'm like, hi, I'm the guy that your husband said you're saving a seat for. She's like, oh yeah, he told me all about you. You sound great, you know. And the art director for World of Warcraft sat there talking to me for like 20 minutes, like, and he was like, dude, you've got the right energy to be on this team. Like, I think I'll like come to Blizzard. I'm going to give you a tour of the World of Warcraft team, which you're not usually allowed to go into the team departments. You're allowed to go in as a guest to like see the hallways and see the art and see all the cool stuff. But there's like a door that you don't go past where you like see shit. You know, and he's like, oh yeah, just come into the office, and he just like took us on this tour of thing, and actually my friend that worked at Blizzard at the time worked on a different team. He's like, can I come on that tour? Actually, I haven't seen inside the World of Warcraft department. And so I could have used those connections better, but I was too scared. I wasn't confident enough. You know, I could have probably gotten on the Blizzard Cinematics team or the World of Warcraft art team. I had 2 really good connections there that I kind of let die. And I won't ever really forgive myself for that, but I will be compassionate. And so networking is massive. If you can network as an artist, that's 2/3 of your like, if you can perform art well at the standard, and then you can network your way, you can go anywhere. You don't have to, but also you can just be the best artist, and then the team will just be like, I want this guy on my team 100%. So yeah, networking's a big deal in especially the games industry or film production games. They're like the real stuff where artists get paid a lot of money is definitely very networking heavy. So either can get you the first step or connections, but whoever has the most potent portfolio wins. Definitely is a like your portfolio. Like so the art director and I were talking about artists actually that we both knew, right? Not like knew personally, but you know, I was like, oh yeah, I learned all this stuff from this, like, you know, guy, this Amundsen artist or whatever. He's like, oh yeah, that guy's insane. Like, I'm trying to get him to do stuff like contracting work with World of Warcraft for like 2 years, and he's just always so busy. I'm like, oh, it's crazy, you know. So sometimes you're just good enough. Like if you're good enough as an artist, you are And a lot of my friends disagree with me on this. A lot of my friends say that like, oh, getting big on social media is luck. Getting into like as a big artist is luck. All this stuff. I agree. There's a lot of luck to it, especially if you're doing like fan art and just like doing the social media artist thing. But there is a level of art where if you are good enough, you are unavoidable. People cannot ignore you. You could just post a painting. No, you know, social media. It doesn't have to be fandom work. Doesn't have to be anything. If you're just good enough, it's impossible for you not to be noticed. And so there is a level that you can achieve for that. The networking, nothing matters at that point. So I actually need art. What do you need art for, Cove? I'll do some art for you. So I'm so happy the school has free workshops and inductions. You do have to pay for some of the supplies, but as long as you attend the first introduction for liability reasons, they need to make sure you know what you're doing. You're free to use the facility as much as you want. That's great. I love that. That's awesome. That's a really great way of doing a school, you know? Sounds like a bigger school than I went to have that kind of like freedom. But that's awesome. You know, take advantage of it. Seeing here because I'm actually not here. Wait, Balon's actually not here? Oh shit, okay. Alright. Nobody acknowledged by long. Just shh. What's up, dude? Thank you for the Lord Thorkin. I appreciate it. Appreciate that, man. Older and I use gotcha terms for comparison. Certain things get you more pulls. Better networking is more pulls. Better skills is more pulls. Multi-platforming is more pulls. Yeah, you know, and like I've had some very good connections. So like so here's an instance of where a connection was going to get me a job and just didn't by bad luck. So I met the art director for Dragon Age. This is back when EA was like EA didn't buy like they didn't destroy BioWare yet. So BioWare was a very cool company. They made Jade of Empire, they made Knights of the Old Republic, they made Dragon Age, they made Mass Effect. BioWare, I had two dream studios. I either wanted to go work for Blizzard in Irvine, California, or I wanted to go work for BioWare in Edmonton, Alberta. Now, Edmonton sucks, but it's close to me. And it was my plan. That was my plan for a long time because I didn't want to move far away. The reason I didn't want to move far away is because I had a very serious girlfriend. I was dating Ella, and she is younger than me. So she's younger than me, and also so she's a year younger than me, but I'm also skipped ahead a year for school, so I'm technically 2 years ahead of her in my schooling, right? And so when I'm finished my degree, she's just like in the middle of her schooling, and I did not want to go work at an office somewhere. I didn't want to fly away to SoCal or to Vancouver. I didn't want to go somewhere that I couldn't drive home, right? I had to make a choice between like being married and having a great relationship and stuff early in my life, or having my career started a little bit earlier. And I chose Ella over my career, and I think that was the right choice. And I don't think anyone could ever say it wasn't the right choice. But I was gonna go work in Edmonton. I was gonna work in BioWare, and I met the art director for Dragon Age, and he came because a lot of the BioWare people recruited from my school. So they came down to my school every year and did a project with the students, with the fourth year students, to get to know them, to scout them a little bit, to, you know. And so I wasn't in fourth year at the time. I was in a younger year, but they let us little peepos come in and sit in on the. We weren't supposed to talk to anybody or do anything. We were just supposed to sit in the back and just listen. And I'm glad we did that. So after the fact, though, I kind of had a little bit of arrogance to myself because, you know, I'm a D&D player, and the art director of Dragon Age, he said he got his job at BioWare because the art director before him saw that he made his own DM screen. He made the art for his own DM screen, and that you know, there's a large pedigree of TTRPG players at BioWare over the years. There was, so that guy hired him basically for his work, his D&D DM screen. And so I'm like, hey, I play a lot of D&D. Like, I do most of my art for my D&D game. And he immediately like was locked in. He was like, okay, all right. And at the time, I didn't realize this, but that was like the thing that like he heard, where he's like, okay, I'm locked in. This guy might come work for us, right? So he like immediately like focused in on me. And we chatted after the event was over for a while. And he was like talking to me about stuff, and we were talking about concepts and RPGs and things we played and art we love. And you know, I showed him my stuff because he was like, oh, let's see what you got. And he's like, oh yeah, this is like super RPG inspired. Like and he was like, you would do amazing at BioWare. Like, I really, when you finish your work, I want you to come, like I want you to here's my card, my personal card with my personal phone number and everything like that. When you finish your stuff here, if I don't get a chance to talk to you in fourth year for any reason, I want you to, like, this is the insurance policy. He's like, I'm gonna come talk to you when you're in 4th year, but this is the insurance policy. I want you to come talk to me no matter what. And I was like, okay, sir, like sure. So I was set up. I was gonna do the BioWare thing, and then EA bought BioWare, and they took a lot of the BioWare team and they moved them to Vancouver, and they took a lot of their teams and moved them to BioWare and to Edmonton, and they just destroyed both studios. So it was great, good for EA. So when I graduated, then I reached out and I'm like, hey man, I graduated. He was like, I remember you. You're fantastic. He was like, I was going to offer you an internship on the spot. Like, he's like, I kind of was thinking about doing it and saying, fuck the rest of your art school. Just like, come work for us. But he's like, I wanted you to finish art school, you know, but sorry, man, I quit because the whole EA buyout thing. So he's like, so now I'm working on like a secret project that I don't have hiring capabilities for. Otherwise, I'd be happy to bring you as an intern at whatever secret project. He couldn't say because he was on NDA. So that sucked, right? So that was a place where networking and knowing the right people and stuff would kind of guarantee your success. And you know, I wasn't the best artist, but like, you can train an artist to be a better artist. You can't train a good artist to make cool concepts, right? And he really liked my concepts, my ideas. So that was a bummer. But that's another instance of like networking and stuff when you're as an artist in the industry, where it really can define your success, I guess. Yeah, Jade Empire was a great game. I loved it. It was fun. It wasn't my favorite BioWare RPG. I think KOTOR 1 and 2 are probably my favorite RPGs of all time. Maybe. It's hard because Mass Effect is also up there. And they also made that. And then Dragon Age was cool. I was not as big of a Dragon Age fan as I was a Mass Effect fan. But Dragon Age was a unforgettable experience. Especially remember playing through Origins the first time? Like Dragon Age Origins was an unforgettable experience. It was so new and different and amazing and brutal and designed and graphic, and the music. It was just a very cool experience. That whole studio did some great work over the last couple of, you know, decades of video game development. So Defiant One, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Dragon Age 2's your favorite. That's interesting, because Dragon Age 2 is my I didn't like Dragon Age 2 as much as I liked Dragon Age 1. I didn't like Dragon Age 2 nearly as much as I liked 1. I still loved it. I didn't play 3. Wait, did I play 3? Is 3 Inquisition, or is there a 3 and then Inquisition? Because if there was a 3 and then Inquisition, I played 3. But if there wasn't, then I didn't play it. I just kind of forget. Okay. Yeah, what's up, Aaron? Job interview of my current job was me explaining how Dungeons and Dragons works to my new boss because he was curious. Hey, there you go. That's how you do it sometimes, right? You know? Okay, yeah, 3 is Inquisition. Okay, yeah, so I haven't played Inquisition because I heard it sucked and it would need like some time to be patched, and then I just kind of didn't, you know, so it's also like post EA, so I didn't think that it'd really be worth my time. But apparently it's really great. Apparently people love Inquisition, so I got tried out. I don't know. I'm finished Baldur's Gate now, so I have no games to play, so I'm just sad all day. I just finished stream and I just sit here sad because I don't have Baldur's Gate to play. But maybe I'll try playing Dragon Age or something. I gotta find some other games to play to take my mind off of my own work for a couple of hours every evening. I think that's really important for me that I haven't given enough credit to in the last year or so. Welcome, Azura. You finally arrived. Good. Excellent. We can start the stream now. What's up? Good to see you, dude. I never played it D&D, but I've always wrote a lot of short stories. I've recently had intrigue with the game. You would like it, I think. I think if you're a writer, Defiant One, you'd probably very much like running games, you know? Depends on if you like small, like more character-focused stories, then you'd probably like playing a character quite a bit, like playing it as a player. But if you like sort of more like the world design and the building and the construction of the narrative and the plot and the whole like the larger story, you'd probably like DMing quite a bit. You know, running games. That's what I do. I don't play as a character very often in other people's games. I run games, and so everything I do is based out of one singular world that I have that I'm running, and all the art and characters and everything contextualizes that world. So I guess it depends on if you like the more like narrow, like focused work, or if you like the more widespread work. You'll probably like either side of D&D quite a bit. It's a very fun exercise for writers. So I played Inquisition multiple times because I would get to one part and stop playing for several months and have to restart because I forgot the story up to that point. Oh, I hate that. Yeah, no, I relate to that. I've had a couple games like that I have just like good games that I never really got through because I just like kind of like for some reason or another. It's why I waited so long to play Cyberpunk. Like I still haven't played Cyberpunk. I knew when Cyberpunk came out that it was gonna be one of the most important games I've ever played. Right? I knew it was gonna be true because I love everything to do with Cyberpunk, as a setting, as a genre, as a story. And so when the game came out, you know, and it's like the Witcher bros are doing this game. This is gonna be one of the best games I've ever played. But I didn't want to like get into it when I wasn't ready to play a game like almost every single day for like 2 months. And I really know that I need to treat Cyberpunk and like Baldur's Gate is a good example. Baldur's Gate is a game that I played almost every single day for like 2 or 3 weeks until after release, and I stopped playing for months. And then I just picked it up back in late January, and then I just finished it, and it kind of sucked because like getting back into it was hard. And I don't want to do it with Cyberpunk, but I've done that with some games where I've like kind of ruined a game experience because I've had to like jump back into it for life reasons. So, but yeah, that's I don't know. I don't know, man. I gotta play some games. What about saying rest is progressive? Rest is progress. Oh, okay, yeah. I needed to burn really hard for a couple years. I needed to push myself to the breaking point to burnout myself for my own reasons, and it was pretty hard for people who care about me to watch me do that, to go to that level. But I'm kind of at the point where I'm now pulling back a little bit and breathing and valuing rest again. And I don't regret pushing as hard as I did, but now things have changed. The wind has changed, and I need to breathe for a little bit more. You know, I need to spend some time doing video games and things that I love and finding that again, because I've gotten to the point where I can't really I couldn't really, and I'm still having troubles with this, enjoying things that's not work and just not feeling guilty and crushed about everything in the world and, you know, my place in it and my failures and inadequacies and stuff, and just breathe and just play games and just enjoy it, you know. So one day I'll get Evan to be the Gandalf of my 40 campaign, show up overpowered, carries the plot, disappears mysteriously because he's got IRL shit to do. I would love to just disappear and just like ghost an entire group of D&D players because I have IRL stuff to do. You know, I just ghost my friends regardless, but it'd be nice to ghost them for a reason this time, actually. So, yeah. The most recent idea for a story was about a scholar who messed around with the fabric of reality, became a contradiction to existence. So he's gradually fading out of reality, but can prolong existence by absorbing lifespan from other life forms. That would be, see, that to me is a great character concept. That's a great character concept that you could find a spot in somebody's game that has like a cool story-driven world. You could tell that story be really cool and really compelling. I don't know. I think you'd like D&D if you found a group to play. Baldur's Gate is one of the games that I will probably never play because a lot of people I follow on Twitch have pretty much played it, the game, since it was in beta. I feel like I've played it. Yeah, there's a couple games like that for me that so like I tried very hard not to watch Baldur's Gate playthroughs, you know, because of it, which sucks because one of my best friends at streamer friends, Mendari, has been playing Baldur's Gate for the last like 4 months. So I haven't been able to watch any for stupid streams until I finished the game. And I think her and I both finished the game around the same time, like within a couple days of each other. So now she's doing honor mode, and I can watch her stream honor mode vicariously, playing it myself because I'm probably never gonna play. But like, I don't know. Part of me wants to reinstall the game and actually play through an honor mode playthrough. But I kind of, I don't know. I have to like temper myself and not do that, I guess, so that I don't waste 100+ hours on a game that I don't really get anything out of anymore. So I've kind of finished the story. But hey, I did download VR chat and saw some absolute fucking dank degeneracy my first day in VR chat. So maybe that's my new adventure. Maybe I'll go find some D&D nerds on VR chat and play VR D&D. That's the way to go. I want to play Baldur's Gate 3 since it came out, but my money hasn't been there, so I'm biding my time. Yeah, I'm surprised it hasn't gone on sale yet. I am surprised about that. It hasn't really like hit a sale at all, because there's lots of games like I'm not going to buy Cyberpunk at full price probably. Probably not gonna, like, I want to play Rogue Trader, another CRPG that just came out, but it's only $60, but it's still like I'll wait till it goes on sale. You know, that's the problem with modern games, especially. Well, I mean, it's a problem with everybody, no matter where you live. But in Canada, it's really bad. In Canada, it is really bad. Inflation on games has gotten really bad over the last couple of years. The example that I use is yesterday we were talking about this was Persona 3. Persona 3 Reloaded is $93 Canadian on Steam. And it's just like, man, you really want to pay $93 for a new video game? Really? Y'all want me to pay $93 for a video game, bro? Like, I don't know, man. That's a lot, you know. I'll wait for a sale. I'll play it next year or whatever. So, yeah. You're a talking voice. Never stay this long for chat streams usually. Oh shit. Well, I appreciate that, dude. Thank you. That's very nice of you to say. I really appreciate that. Well, we are gonna be getting. I usually do an intro where we just chat for a little while. But we're gonna be getting into some environment planning, environment art. I forgot to post this. I forgot to post my painting. I made a painting and I forgot to post it on social media. I fucked up, man. So I want to do another environment painting. I want to do this time. We need to do a painting for the Shattered Sea. All right, we need to do a full-on Shattered Sea painting to show off to our new players and say, hey, when you zone into the world, when you create your characters and you log in for the first time to your D&D game, this is kind of the vista that you see. So I really need to create something that kind of captures that expansive, endless cloud ocean and floating islands and port cities and things like that. So I want to do another painting. I think we'll do some like conceptual, maybe like I don't know, sketching or thumbnail design today, and maybe we'll keep going. Did I miss a new one? You did, Dashdo. You missed that. So that's Rosa. I don't know if you recognize that, but that's Rosa Breyer, your Astral Sage companion. And then the other emote that came out, Dashdo, was the Salute, which is Charlotte. That's Ella's Astral Knight for when you guys play your game that you won't have time for. So yeah, a character that has never actually played has an emote. Kind of crazy. Thank you, McBluff. I'm glad you like it. Thank you. I haven't been into environmental painting for a long time, but I got back into it over my break. So I took a couple weeks off from stream and everything else to do some work, to catch up on some things, get back into painting. And so I got kind of back in my groove. I haven't done an environmental painting in a long time. I've done like sketches and concepts and thumbnails and things like that, but I haven't done like a proper painting. And this was hard, man. This was really hard. I need to make like a GIF. I got to figure out how. I got to make like a progression GIF, because I did this progression thing, you know, where I have like the pieces as I painted it through and it changed and whatnot. So I got to figure out how to do. I got to figure out how to like make a GIF or whatever out of this, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know. So we do a painting like this, but for the Shattered Sea. Something that we can convey to our players what kind of world they've just stepped into. Because, I mean, I've always thought that art for me is the most effective storytelling tool or medium. You know, I'm not very much of a writer because I'm an artist, and I find art to be a more effective tool, right? Obviously, you need both to tell a good story. I think anyway. You can tell a story with words, but I think art's so effective at what it does that it's too efficient to avoid, right? So I need to create a painting that basically sets the entire mood and vibe of the Shattered Sea. Hopefully this painting conveys sort of the like grandiosity of the Eldari runes. When I talk to you guys about these runes, these like large ringed runes that are crashed into the land and floating in the sky or whatever, I wanted a painting that had that conveyed that. So we have that now, but now I need to do one for the Shattered Sea, something that sets the entire tone or mood or whatever, so players when a DM is reading the description for the adventure, they don't need to go too far into description of what the Shattered Sea is like, because they can just say, hey, so here's a painting of the Shattered Sea. Here's the concept art, the illustration, whatever it is, and you guys find yourselves on a large airship sailing through the sky towards your next adventurous destination. You know, I want it to kind of feel a little sci-fi-y a little bit, you know, but that's a hard vibe to get anyway. What the fuck is this art? Black magic? How do you move the rune without redoing the whole thing? It was on a different layer. What do you mean? I'm a single layer painting enjoyer, except for environmental pieces, right? So like these are on different layers, right? So this piece at the end is how many layers is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 layers. So yeah, so this piece is 6 layers. That's all, which is not that many for a lot of artists, a lot of painters. But you can see how I changed the composition. I decided to zoom out a little bit. I had my crashed rune, you know, but it didn't really convey the shape, the ring. It just kind of looked like a weird like stub, like, I don't know, hook coming out of the ground. Doesn't really like convey what I wanted it to, the ring aspect of it. So yeah, so I zoomed out, squished everything, painted the rune in, and then kind of squished everything again a little bit, right, between these two pieces. But yeah, I don't know, man. And then this is just color adjustments and some like brightening and shit like that. But yeah, we do another painting in this vein, this variety. So I think we'll do some like thumbnail, small sketches, paintings today, to plan out our next piece. But I want to do probably one painting if I can, one environmental illustration piece per zone, per region. Now I'm not sure, but I'm pretty certain that this is going to be Stonemark. This is going to be the title painting for Stonemark, which is the first map that we actually made, the first location, the first region, the first country, I guess. I don't know. Country is a weird word to use in a lot of D&D world building and stuff, because, you know, there's not a lot of like divisions of land are very strange to me in fantasy worlds. It's very, you know, you have some places that are kingdoms, some places that are republics, some places that are theocracies, and so I don't know how to refer to the different like regions of the world, if they're countries or not. So I think that the fact that we have nothing but countries for the most part in our modern world kind of stains a bit of the way we write fantasy. So I'm hesitant to use the word country, but let's just say the Kingdom of Stonemark. So I think this is either gonna be Stonemark or it's gonna be the place. You know what? Fuck it. This is Stonemark. I'm just gonna lay it down right now that this is Stonemark. This is our main. This is like somewhere like South Stonemark. I'll show you the location is actually here. We can get up the map. All right, we can get up the map, and I need to redo this map. This is the oldest map we've had for a long time of the world. But I'm gonna say that this mountain range, this runes, this piece is somewhere in like ooh. There we go. Somewhere in this range, somewhere between Dawn's Arch and our Southwood. Like this is like maybe like this mountain range or this mountain range or this mountain range. Probably this one actually. Screw it. I'm gonna say this painting is right here, perspective, looking towards some Eldari runes, close to Dawn's Arch, looking towards the mountain range. There, we have a spot in the world for it. So yeah, this is Stonemark, because the other place that I was considering this painting could be is, if you go to the world map, there's kind of an undefined region here in this area of the world map where we have like some halfway maps made. This like whole region is kind of like where I want to centralize a lot of the Astral Sage and Eldari runes and stuff like that. I mean, the seat of the Eldari, the massive ancient structure for the Eldari runes is up here. So I was thinking about it being like these mountains, maybe somewhere along here, like in the Bright Meadows, or maybe like there's a different mountain range going this way. I don't know, but I kind of want the landscape in this area of the world to be a little bit crazier. I want, like, as you go closer to a certain part of the world, and the reason what's at that part is a spoiler for my D&D game, so I don't want to ruin Dash Doe's experience. I don't want to ruin his immersion. But as you go closer to there, the landscape is crazier. So this is not really crazy enough landscape, I think, for me, for there. So let's just say this is Stonemark. This is, to me, like, without the forests in here, this is Stonemark, as far as I'm concerned, as far as like the vibe I'm going for. You'd see it's your classic sort of medieval Arthurian Lord of the Ringsy fantasy zone, primarily humans, primarily sort of like, you know, Western European influence, things like that. So let's just leave Stonemark there and say this is a piece from Stonemark. And then this is also the first big painting I've made from the first region that we developed, as you know, since I started streaming. So let's officially canonize this as Stonemark. I'll lack the patience to actually become good at drawing / painting. Storytelling has always been what I naturally gravitated towards. Acquiring skills to express my imagination on a canvas is a long journey. It's a long journey, but I think that you could probably be a lot better than you think, a lot faster. A lot of people overestimate how difficult it is to become good at art and underestimate how difficult it is to become a master at art, if that makes sense. You know? So it's like people jump into art and they on the underestimation side, they jump into art and they try for a little while and they're like, why am I not the greatest artist ever? I've been working at this for like 2-3 years. It's like, how many hours does that actually equate to? You know, because that's not, let's be honest, right? If you're spending a half hour a day for 2 years, you're not going to be a master. You know, but they underestimate how good they can be with, like, yeah, you spend an hour, a half hour, you can find a half hour. Most people, finding an hour is hard. Finding a half an hour every day is actually pretty easy for most people. If you spend a half an hour on like actually intentionally training at art, you can be like very good. You can be like this good in like 6 months, you know. you can do it. I believe in people's ability to become artists in a very short period of time because I've seen it, you know. I feel like we need people to gravitate towards all parts of storytelling to get the best experience. Yeah, I think you're right. It's definitely storytelling is definitely like Eldara as a world for stories and as a game world and as everything that Eldara is will always be a gestalt of various disciplines, right? Eldara will never simply be its full potential by being a game world or being a video game or being a, you know, having a soundtrack or being, you know, a world of art or comics or short stories. Eldara will always be greater than the sum of its parts, and it has to be. I think every good world like that is. So we started the game right there and went the opposite direction. I never saw it. You never saw it ever. You fucked up. You went south. You didn't go north, Dashto. I asked you guys if you want to go north, and y'all said no. We want to go to the Relic Coast. We want to see the homeland of the Dusarians and some other dumbass shit. I don't know. So, are we playing, or are how do I word this? Are our other players going off to join a different game? Like when we start up, is it going to be the full party, or is it just going to be the 3 of us, Dashto? I definitely see the immersive value of art and storytelling. It isn't just a skill that has natural pull for me, I guess is what I'm saying. Yeah, it's like when I say for me it's the most efficient way of telling a story, it's partly because I'm very visual, right? As a person, I don't do well with words. I don't do well with blocks of text and paragraphs. I think I have a hard time reading for some reason. I think I might be dyslexic, but so people say. Some people have told me I'm dyslexic, but I don't know if that's true or not. I've never got a formal proper diagnosis. But I find reading very difficult. I find art very easy. So, you know, you want to label it as stone marks so we don't forget where it is 6 months from now? You know, it doesn't really matter, Atari. It's fine. It's not a big deal. We'll just figure it out, I guess. I don't know. It's if it changes because we forget, it'll change. Who cares, you know? No, I'm not gonna forget. I never forget anything to do with art for my own world. I can remember shit about my D&D game, Atari, that I am either amazed my players can forget it so easily, or I'm impressed with my own capabilities to remember everything. But one of the two things is true. But I never usually forget any lore or anything for any of the regions or any of the stuff. I forget names sometimes, right? But I don't ever forget lore and locations and contextuality for pieces of media, I guess, within Eldara. So, you know, I can imagine being this good. However, I felt I can churn out ideas of stories, characters, and worlds, etc. at a ridiculous rate, just comes more naturally. Yeah, and so if that's what you like, play to your skills. You know, be an amazing writer, and then, you know, work with artists. A lot of it's collaborative, right? Like if my dream, my goal, my life's work is to build my Star Wars, to build by multimedia, a setting in which artists and storytellers across different medium can come together and tell a great story, basically. And so I'm trying to build my Star Wars. It has to be collaborative, and I think that's a very important part of it. So yeah, become good enough that you have artists and other people to help you tell your stories flock to you. I guess that's the only thing you can do. They'll join right away. Okay, cool. All right. Should we recruit a larger party, Dasho? What do you think? Should we keep it small, or should we recruit a large party of adventurers? I've been thinking about this for a while, actually. Part of Canada you live in? I'm on the East Coast. I'm on the West. I live in the Rockies, so I'm in Western Alberta. Partially why I draw mountains all the time, because I just can't imagine a setting without mountains. But East Coast is awesome. I haven't been to the East Coast too many times. Mostly because travel across Canada is fucking expensive. You know, to fly to Toronto or Ottawa, you know, or even further east, the actual East Coast, is the same price as it is to go to like Maui or Hawaii or wherever in Hawaii. So I just have like no desire ever to go see Eastern Canada, really, you know, because it's just so expensive, dude. It's so I've been out east. I've been in Toronto, I've been in Halifax, but I'd love to go out there and spend some real time out in the East Coast. But I just never can justify it. I can't ever justify the plane tickets. It's just ridiculous, you know. So I feel like our country's really divided, you know, in that way, which sucks. Glad you got something for a while today. Still my favorite stream. I'm off for now. Toodles. Be well, friends. May you all have a wonderful day. Katie, likewise. May you also have a wonderful day and a wonderful week. You deserve it, my friend. So, yeah. Actually, Drew recently, would say I'm proud so far? Senex, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. I think I'm always really excited for people who are like taking their art, you know, taking time for their art. It's always very, I don't know, I'm like very excited for people when they do so. If you're building your Star Wars, what is the Eldar version of Live Long and Prosper? Ooh, I don't know, man. I don't know. Probably Fly You Fools or some shit. Yeah, I don't know. Take the train across Canada. I don't know. How much is how long is we don't really have trains in Canada. That is Jacob, your European privilege is showing, my friend. Okay, all right. Here in North America, we don't really have trains. You know, we have one train that goes. How long is the train from Vancouver to Toronto? It is a 3-day train ride to go from West Coast to Central Eastern Canada. So it's a 3-day train ride. I wonder how much it is though. How much is a 3-day train ride? View schedules. Buy ticket. It would cost me $700 to go from Vancouver to Toronto. $700. Plane ticket, Vancouver, Toronto. To fly, it would cost Toronto, not Vancouver. YYZ. It would cost, let's see. So train is $700. Flying is $600. Flying is $500 to $600. Train is $700. So it is $100 cheaper to take a 4-hour plane ride than it is to take a 3-day train ride. So that is the North American experience, my friend. That is the NA experience. Or some leftover mac and cheese, dude. That sounds awesome. That sounds actually dope. Why saying Z? Yeah, sorry, I meant Z. YYZ. Stream all, dude. I could do a train stream. That'd be dope. I get like a Starlink backpack that I could stream. You don't have trains, and why is every Wild West movie about a train, evil train builder, man? Why did you guys do it with the trains? Never upgraded since the age of Steam? No, here's the thing. We normalized everyone owning a car. That's what we did. So like, you know, trains were useful until like the, you know, mid 1900s, you know, the last like 80 or so years when everyone here had a car. Like post-war NA, everyone had enough money to buy a car, to buy a house, right? And you got your kids in your car, and you got your wife in your car, and you all drove across the country on, you know, whatever interstate or whatever you're doing. You got the freedom and autonomy, and fuck trains. Those are for the poor Europeans. The communists take trains. Are you kidding? Who wants to cram into a train with 800 other nobodies when you could get yourself a big old Cadillac? Vroom, let's go. You know, that's the NA experience. So we just never built it. We just never built train infrastructure. You know, there's never really much need for it. So past the Wild West, the era of the Western movies, which were, you know, pretty early on in North American history, I think. But yeah, we just don't have it. We don't have a really big train culture, whatever here. It just doesn't exist. You know, you can take a train, but it's more of a novelty, right? To take a train, it's like a fun, ooh, I like trains kind of thing, as opposed to in Europe where you're like, oh, you want to go from Paris to Stockholm, or where, I don't know, it's probably no train there. You want to go from Paris to Amsterdam, you can take a train very casually. You know, doesn't exist here. Trains are almost exclusively move cargo. The exceptions are things like subways and public transit in certain areas of the country. Even then, we don't really have a lot of subways in a lot of our main cities here. You know, we have a lot of space, so we built out. Not really conducive for subways, unfortunately. Eisenhower made the U.S. highway system specifically for troop movement and tank mobilization. Exactly. You spend all this money making highways, and then, you know, you can do what you want, I guess, on it. You buy your own car, your big old metal bucket, and then you know, drive across the country. Fuel was cheap. The novelty and you know, fun and adventure of it for going on road trips was a thing. Trains are even more or less of a thing in Canada. We have one train line that goes through Canada. One train line that goes from east to west coast. That's it. Doesn't even run through like northern Alberta or anything like that. I mean, there are train lines, but they're all like cargo and stuff. So we have basically one passenger train line that goes a straight line across the country, and that's it. That's all we got in Canada, man. Owning cars is far more practical than here than basically anywhere else in the world. Yeah, I can't imagine like if I moved to, you know, like if I moved to like Yokohama or somewhere outside Tokyo, there's not a chance I'd own a car, right? And I've been told that if I wanted to move to Europe, if I ever had that brain sickness, I'm kidding. Jeez, I'm kidding. All right, chill. I'm kidding. No, if I ever moved to Europe, I probably wouldn't want to own a car either. You know, that's just the way it is, though. You know, here trains are still a regular mode of transport. Also, traffic just sucks. Public transport is better. Also, hello, yeah, what's up, Chrissy? Yeah, and that's great. You know, like Crispy, I assume you're talking when you say here. I'm assuming you're talking about Europe. So like I had these plans to go to Europe and do a bit of a trip around Europe, but I didn't want to go to like one country. I didn't want to go. I was like, I want to go see like the paintings in Poland, and I want to go see paintings in Amsterdam, and I want to go see paintings in India. Oh shit, that's awesome. Well, speaking of Europe, and I want to go to different places or whatever. You know, and my friends from Europe are like, oh, you just take the train. Like you just hop on a train. It's a couple of hours, and it's like maybe $50. And I'm like, that's crazy. You know, that's insane. I guess it's doable. India, though, I guess you guys have a pretty robust train system as well. There's actually a lot of people in my stream from India. We have a large portion. One of my mods is from South India, and the problem is, though, Crispy, all the people from our like guild, our little community here on Twitch that live in India or are from India are all indoor shut-ins. So they have no commentary on what it's like to move around the country on either trains or via cars or planes, because they just stay inside on their computers like little gremlins playing video games. So you're the first person that I've had in my stream from India that has any commentary on what it's like to go outside to actually touch grass. So this is a monumental, eye-opening experience for me, right? Because I'll ask things. I'll ask like my mod. I'll be like, "Oh, hey, what's this city like in India?" And she'll be like, "Oh, I have no idea. I don't go outside. I just stay inside and talk to people on Discord." I'm like, "Well, that's fair, but you know," I'm like, "Do you go on walks around your city?" And she's like, "No, I just stay inside and nap." And I'm like, okay, that's, you know, I get it. It's too hot outside. That's fine. So this is mind blowing for me. Who knew that India had an outside? Because from my point of view, all the people I talk to just stay inside their houses. It's frustrating. That's the Canada experience. You fly from Michigan to Tampa, Florida for a couple $100. LA to New York for $150 to $250. Yeah, and you fly from Vancouver to Toronto for the same price. That's the problem. It is cheaper for me to fly to all the places. It's cheaper for me to fly to. It is cheaper for me to fly almost anywhere in the Western US. I can fly to Denver. I can fly to Los Angeles, San Francisco, Portland. I can fly to Salt Lake City, to Nevada. I can fly to Las Vegas. I can go to some places in Texas. I can go to Dallas. I can go to Austin. I can go to Alaska. I can fly to Anchorage. I can fly to Hawaii in the middle of Pacific Ocean. 7 hours of flight time for less than it costs me to fly across my own country to the capital. Because I did want to go. Ella and I have, she has family in Ottawa, and her grandmother was having her like 100th birthday or something like that in Ottawa. And we were like, oh, we should go to that. Like, that's gonna be a big like family event. Like, let's go to Ottawa, bro. And we checked the like flight and hotels, and to go for 3 days, the two of us was gonna be like $2,500. We're like, bro, for $2,500, we could stay a week in Maui. I'm sorry, Grandma. I'm sorry, we're not gonna come see you in Ottawa for 3 days. We could go to Hawaii for a week for the same amount of money. It's tragic, man. It's really tragic in Canada here. We got too much space. We're too spread out. Not enough infrastructure. So, all right. Shattered Sea environments, because we need to do some actual work today. We need to do some painting. I think we're gonna start at, how should we start this? Maybe we should start by doing like some thumbnails. I haven't done thumbnail painting in a long time. So let's do that for our new area of the world. Let's figure out what we can see from any vistas we need to traverse in the Shattered Sea. And thank you, Crispy, for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome to the Dragon's Claim. I'm sorry for the ads. The ads are out of my control, and I would murder them off of my stream if I could, but alas, Twitch has deemed them to be necessary, which fucking sucks. So, all right. All right, thumbnails. Let's set up our thumbnails. So let's do it like this. Let's get a relatively cinematic. It's gonna be a little weird how we make our thumbnail boxes. Okay, we're gonna just do this really quick. I'll probably make. Actually, hold on. Let's do them a little bit bigger. I don't want to do too many thumbnails, so let's do a couple of lines of them, and we'll find one that we really like. Remember, thumbnails are not supposed to be super like detailed. They're more quick little references for us to design the basic feel and flow of an area or of a piece. So we're going to block it off. We're gonna do black. Let's do dark gray. I like using black. Black's a bit heavy. Kind of weights the whole thing a little bit. All right. And now we have our painting layer. So we want to do a couple things. We want to define a area of, I don't know, movement, floating islands. We want to define, let's get a brush that we can use here for this. Let's use one of our painting brushes, our painterly brushes. Maybe a couple of actual painters. Let's do our Greg Rutowski brushes. Greg Rutowski is one of, I think, the greatest painters of our generation. So let's use his brushes. Okay. So we're just gonna do some value planning here. We want a lot of movement and a lot of open space. So we're gonna have a lot of room for sky, a lot of room for clouds. Like the main character of the Shattered Sea is gonna be its cloud cover. I think that's like a really important thing for. It's an ocean. It's a cloud ocean. I mean, like that's a intentional term. Maybe we can kind of create some interesting shapes, design something a little bit more. like fantasy as far as our rock formations and clusters. And maybe also put in some architectural elements. Like, it'd be cool to have a little bit of architecture in there, because like our last one just had some runes. This one would be kind of cool to do like a little port city or something. Maybe like on one of like a further island or something, like just the silhouette. You know, what'd be really cool, the silhouette of like a castle or something, or like a city of some variety. With like clouds sort of rolling through, or rolling past, you know? Kind of framing some of our background. I want to have a lot of room for open blue sky, but I'm fine if we sort of like occupy most of the skybox with cloud cover. Because like I want our players to see an expansive, like I want the sky to be very wide and vast and expansive, but I want it to also be very close and sort of pinning you in the middle of clouds, and clouds like sort of rolling through the environment, I think is a really good way of doing that. So we do like a little like fortress or something, just like a city, a port city of some variety. We're gonna start grayscale for our thumbnails, but we're gonna start painting with color as soon as we get into our actual painting. As soon as we decide on the composition, we're gonna start painting with color, because I'm not the kind of painter that likes to colorize a grayscale piece. I used to be, and then I beat that habit out of my brain for one reason or another. You can kind of imagine all of our sort of mid-gray tones in the sky as being like really bright, nice blues. You know, actually, hold on. There's a painting that we could also reference that I never finished, that we could actually paint out. Hold on, let me make sure this is. Oh no, that's okay. What's the painting called? What is it? Fuck. One of these two. One of these two. My naming conventions kind of fell apart at some point in time, and I accidentally named a piece to the same thing. Okay, so something similar to this. Obviously, our coloration and whatnot is wrong, is off. But man, honestly, I wonder what it'd be like to try and finish this piece. Then we actually paint a character in here. This is one of Ella's characters too. I think the composition's a little weak here. We would need to like. It's like we could almost redo the entire composition and then keep the main, like the foreground of our character. You know what? I might actually plan for that for one of our pieces. We might actually do something like this. We might actually keep the foreground of our character here, and try and maintain sort of some of that. This might be an interesting sort of project to. That could actually be a fun thing to do. All right. But let's close some of this garbage. Let's continue doing some quick thumbnails, and we'll see how far we get. Because the thing is, with painting and environmental painting and thumbnails and things like that, you never really know what you're gonna do until you've decided on the right. Until like you've clicked with the correct like thumbnail vibe. You just know once you hit it. You don't know that it's the right one until you're like done the thumbnail and you're like, oh wait, this is exactly what I want. So we'll just do a couple of these and see where we get. Is for DD World? It is. Yes, we're doing concept work. We're doing some painting so that we can give our players some introductory like images. Right? We have one painting for this region of the world called Stonemark. And I need to do another painting for our first adventure, like the first adventure that I'm writing for everyone in our Discord to play. It's going to be set in an area of the world called the Shattered Sea, which is basically floating islands, clouds, that kind of thing. So we need to really define something kind of open and vast, and show the large kind of wideness of the land. A wide open sky, kind of the same vibes as traversing a vast sea. The optimistic kind of openness of it, I guess. Want our clouds to be really close, really low down. In a lot of ways. You need to feel very like accessible and close to the viewer, so the players get this like this vibe that the land is like kind of rising up around them. And I want to do this piece during the daytime. I want to be bright blues and greens, very much the same color palette of what we did before, so same kind of vibes. Maybe we frame our architecture a little bit closer. It'd be nice to have a drop off, to not have like anything down here on the piece. So like to have our clouds extending down below sort of the horizon line to really help imply that there's clouds above and below, that you're like in the sky, you know. And that piece still lovely. The character sitting on the wall piece. Yeah, I like the concept of it. I just never got a chance to finish it. Maybe we should finish it, honestly. Should revisit it, go back and attempt the I don't know, the completion of the piece. That'd be fun. So I don't know if we're gonna really have much of a foreground here. Maybe we could. Like, it'd be nice to have. Kind of trees or whatever framing the piece. Kind of looking out into the Shattered Sea, I guess. And it'd be kind of cool to do like kind of coming out of the clouds. Like an island. Almost like the cloud is like rolling through the island, you know? Again, any connections we can build between the islands and the sea or the clouds around them will really emphasize this like vibe we're going for, I think. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it'll just make it look like trash. Not sold one way or another. Okay. Where's our, there you go. Frame it properly. I have to like align my Photoshop windows with the stream, like what you guys can see, so I don't like, I'm not like painting off stream or whatever. Maybe try something like above, more like vertical sort of designs. They're seeing kind of the bottom of these islands or whatever floating around. And we don't have to like completely dissolve our clouds into the bottom of the piece. We can like have them all around. Because if we have our islands floating above, then we're kind of showing off the, I don't know, the mechanics of the area, the world of the region. Whilst we are like, because the most important thing is to communicate how do the players see this area when you're not describing it. Like when you I think one of the most efficient or best things about like playing D&D in a pre-existing world, so something like Lord of the Rings or Star Wars, is when you say to your players you're on like a Coruscanti back alleyway, everyone kind of has a very similar vibe of what that looks like. You know, they have like a pretty good idea, a good impression of as to what a Coruscanti back alley looks like. But when you say to your players like, oh, you find this new like mountain range or whatever, it's like kind of hard to dictate or to control what your players are thinking or what the vibe is that your players are feeling. Because a mountain range can be very different for very different types of people, especially, you know, different Like if I say a mountain range for somebody in Western Canada, they think very much like the Rockies. If I say a mountain range for somebody in, you know, India, it's like you think of the Himalayas, and those are very different vibes. You know, if you say a mountain range for somebody in Europe, they automatically think of Mount Matterhorn in Switzerland and the corresponding amazing roller coaster in Disneyland. I know that's what Guapo thinks about when I say Matterhorn. I might be pressing my own, you know, values into the scenario here very briefly, but I like to think I'm not too far off. At least I hope. Okay. A bit brighter with our clouds. Really popped them out of the background. Devin, I don't want the stupid mountain triangle shaped chocolate. You want Toblerone? Bro, you want a Toblerone bar? Dude, I would go for a Toblerone bar, man. I would commit atrocities for a white chocolate Toblerone bar. So I can't eat real chocolate right now, unfortunately. But Ella got me a white chocolate Toblerone for Christmas in my stocking, and it was amazing. But I probably can't have that anyway because I'm trying to be good. I'm trying to maintain a super aggressive, unhealthy, toxic calorie deficit. Right now for the next couple weeks. There's probably no Toblerone in my future. Dude, I wanted something sweet and unhealthy last night so bad I almost cried. Fat kid problems, remember, right? I wanted it so bad I almost fucking cried. I'm so pathetic. Did not give in. I stared at my calorie count for the day. Saw I was still within my deficit. I had to iron my will. I had to harden myself. To steel my my resolve. And I won the battle. That's all you can do when you're trying to maintain a calorie deficit is just win the battle one day at a time. Whenever you're cutting or whatever, it's just an emotional battle every day, man. You just gotta win one day at a time. You collect enough W's and you'll see some progress. That's all you gotta do. But man, I can't wait till I can eat some good shit again. I'm looking forward to it, bro. White chocolate is best anyway. I like white chocolate. I do prefer regular chocolate even more, but I can't eat it right now. It's just it kills my stomach for some reason. Unfortunately. Your toxic calorie deficit could always be eating nothing but one chocolate bar every day, like someone I know. I also don't mix G Fuel with Sprite, but you know, no, because I need to hit my macros, bro. I need to try and hit a certain amount of protein. Well, yesterday, Blaze. Yesterday, I only ate. Okay, this is pathetic. Yesterday, I only had 73 grams of protein. All right, the day before, I only had 89 grams of protein. Do you know how hard it is to try and cram as close to 100 grams of protein in to 1,500 calories at max? Like 15 would be going over, honestly, more like 14 or 1350. It is tough, man. You think I have room in here for chocolate? Holy shit! Can you imagine? The only thing that I could maybe take room in there for, that's like a sweet treat or whatever, is like maybe like some Greek yogurt and like honey and some berries or whatever. That's it. That's all I can fit in there. Maybe I could try like Greek yogurt with like, I don't know, sweetened with like white chocolate or something. Cause I have a bunch of like white chocolate still from leftover from Christmas. So I could try it, report back on it, see how it is. I was planning on having yogurt for my after stream snack anyway, before dinner. Not that person? Oh, all right. I don't know who you're talking about then. I don't know who we know mutually that's unhealthy enough to eat one chocolate bar per day, and that's it. Besides her. Yeah, that's the only person I can think of. Literally what I'm eating right now, vanilla protein powder stirred into its elite. Maybe I should try that. You know what? Charmed, I'm gonna try that. I don't need plain Greek yogurt anymore. I have vanilla and coconut Greek yogurt. So it's like 160 calories per 170 grams or whatever. But I could try stirring in. I have banana protein powder that I haven't been using because I haven't wanted to make protein shakes. I'm gonna try that shit. I'm gonna try stirring in a scoop of protein powder. I think it's like what 130 calories for a scoop or whatever. Into that's like a what 350 calorie snack. That's not bad. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try that shit. Actually, that's a great idea. I haven't thought of stirring in protein powder into yogurt. I'm gonna give that shit a try. It's gonna be sweetened yogurt, so obviously it'll be good. But I'm gonna try when I get some of my good like unsweetened Greek yogurt. I'm gonna try that shit. Actually, that's a really that sounds like a banger, to be honest. It's you, Blaze. Go, Blaze. Can you please at least try and hit a minimum of 60 grams of protein per day, bro? Like, you're not gonna get big. You're not gonna get your gains. Look at these muscular striations I've got going on. Look it up. Look at here. Wait, look at the light. Look at the striations. The like singular muscular striation. There you go. You're not gonna get big like me unless you eat your protein. You don't want to get big like me though. Okay, this whole thing's me trying to lose weight, bro. I'm gonna finish my weight loss journey this year. It's gonna be Pog. Started last year. What did I lose? Like 80 pounds last year, and I have another like 60 to go. I'm gonna do it by June. I'm gonna lose the rest of my weight by like June and be a fucking Giga Chad this summer. Then maybe I'll get the attention from the pretty girls. That's all I can ask for. Is if I can maybe get the attention from the pretty girls. That's what you're supposed to do, right? That's how you get big on Twitch? Wait, it's not? Ah, okay, whatever. It's fine. Ella thinks I'm handsome. All right. I actually like this one the most, I think. I like this one. I like the dynamic, sort of top-down division the most. But actually, you know what? This is kind of counterproductive, though. Because we need to have some blue sky under here. Otherwise, it looks like we're just looking down on some floating ons above the ground. My girl eats 150 grams of protein a day, and she's vegan. It's awesome. That's insane, actually. That's really tough. That's very difficult to do as a vegan. That's impressive, man. It's really hard to get your protein goals in when you're in a deficit. But I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna try and lose as little mass as I can while gaining as much recomposition every day in the gym. That's what I'm working on. I walk in the gym and my 50-year-old gym mom, gym bro will be like, what's your focus today, sweetie? And I'm like, recomposition. She's like, all right, good luck. Before she has to come rescue me underneath the fucking bar. She's done twice now. Lost 18 kilograms in a month. I'd rather not lose more. Trying to eat normal amount again. That's a lot, dude. That's a substantial amount. It's like a pound a day, ain't it? 36? Yeah, that's huge. Currently eating rice and chicken. I don't eat nothing but a chocolate bar every day. Absolutely destroyed my stomach when I was sick in December, so my diet has been extremely messed up since then. Damn, bro. Damn. That's rough, man. What you getting sick in December for? Stop that. I'll be getting sick in December. Still feeling sick in February, my ass. I recommend kettlebell work. Kettlebells are good, yep. Not my favorite, but I do enjoy it. I think for a lot of people, kettlebells are more interesting. And the most important thing, I think, for going to the gym, especially if you're not somebody that habitually goes to the gym, is to make your workout interesting as opposed to optimal. Right? Because if it's interesting, you'll keep going. If it's optimal, you might not. So, I don't know. I'd rather take interesting over optimal any day of the week. I know people who really swear by kettlebells say it's way more interesting than you know, normal shit. COVID 3 times that month? You don't recommend? COVID? Damn, bro. How you get COVID 3 times, man? I haven't even gotten COVID once. I feel skamazed. I've gotten like 18 vaccines and 13 chips, and like Elon Musk knows, like, you know, my bowel movements or whatever now. Mark Zuckerberg is tracking my my sleep habits now with all the computer chips that have been uploaded into me. I didn't even get COVID once, bro. I'm so mad. I think Ella and I had COVID earlier, like very early on, before it was like cool to have COVID. Back in like 2020, early 2020, I think we had COVID. We were so fucking sick, but we tested negative. I think those tests were whacked. I am positive Ellen I had COVID then. But then we didn't have any like the cool COVID stuff, like the loss of taste or whatever. It'd be so sick to lose your sense of taste. Are you kidding? I would just eat healthy food all the time and never crave anything else. You know? What an easy mode that would be for me. My daddy had leftover mac and cheese. Oh no, so it was already leftover chicken, rice and veggies. It was forced to be healthy this day. Good. We're healthy in this chat today. Everybody's being healthy. Everybody's going to the gym. Everybody's I don't know. I didn't go to the gym today. Ella woke up with a migraine, so we decided not to go today. Nothing like trying to get your gains into the gym when you have a fucking migraine, so did not go get a good workout this morning. It's so funny though, whenever I play Beat Saber, my body or my watch thinks I'm doing like deep cardio. That's the thing, man. So you can either like do real cardio and like walk and shit, or you can just get really good at Beat Saber. It'd be so funny if I actually make like Beat Saber like an actual intentional training thing for myself. Let's do something a little bit further back in the environment. Floating islands that feel more like Star Destroyers in the back. So our clouds are our foreground. I'm gonna try a couple compositions like this. See if it works out or if it's lame as hell. Trainer 100% agree. If you aren't enjoying it, you won't do it, and what you can do is better than what you won't do. Yeah, I think that's super important. You know, I see people like being mocked for like suboptimal training or whatever, you know, or like suboptimal rep ranges, right? But like whatever you enjoy doing, I think is way more effective. I think enjoy going to the gym. Like I said, you know, I lost 80 pounds over the last year, and if I didn't make going to the gym interesting for myself, I wouldn't have done it. And so I get shit sometimes. People are like, oh, you know, you don't have the optimal splits. Like, you shouldn't be doing, like, you know, like, I'll do back and chest on the same day. And I'll get shit for that. Because it'll be like, oh, don't do that. Like, you know, have a push day and a pull day, whatever, and blah, 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 blah. But it's like, fuck you. I want to do that shit today. Like, that's what I want to do. And that's my split that I enjoy. And I get progress out of it. And am I going to be Sam Sulek? Probably not. But, you know, I'm enjoying it, and it's keeping me going, so... Wish I knew how I got 3 times, then I could perhaps prevented it. Yeah, that's rough, bro. Had a big mac and chocolate chip cookie. Dude, I would Anakin Skywalker for a Big Mac. I haven't had a Big Mac in like 3 years, man. I haven't been able to eat them. I haven't been able to eat like I haven't been able to eat a lot of foods that are fun because my stomach got all fucked up. So like Big Macs are way too delicious. Like regular hamburgers, you know, are way too delicious for me. You know what I had for dinner last night? I had ground beef with salt and pepper. That was my dinner. That was my fucking dinner. Ground beef with salt and pepper. That's what I ate last night. My stomach's so whacked out that because of the hernia that I got, that I can't eat anything interesting. I can't eat any like garlic or onion. I can't eat like anything spicy. I can't eat a lot of like acidic foods. Like yeah, I just can't eat a lot of stuff, or else I get completely fucked up for like weeks sometimes, you know, if I have like a bad time or whatever. So I don't eat food out. I haven't been out to a restaurant in a long time, like a real restaurant. Last time I went to a restaurant, it fucked me up for a week. Last time I went to a restaurant was when Blaze and Cobalt and the boys were here, and I felt like kind of awkward not eating, and I didn't want to be like the weirdo not eating when everyone else is eating. So I like had a salad at the restaurant, and on the way home that night I had a terrible like attack thingy and was fucked up for 3 weeks. And I'm like, god damn it. So I eat super plain food right now. So sometimes I'll have like rice with my ground beef or ground turkey, but no veggies or taters. No, I had some berries and an avocado earlier on the day, and I didn't have any room for that I didn't have any room for rice or potatoes or anything like that, or any carbs in my count for the day. So I just ate straight ground beef. And you know what? I'm gonna have the same thing tonight. I'm gonna have maybe I'll skip my no. I might be able to fit in rice tonight or a wrap. Like I might be able to put my ground beef in a tortilla or have some rice with it tonight. So that's the realities, man. That's the realities of like how I lost all that weight last year. Is just eating the worst, most bland, mourning the idea and grieving the idea of enjoying food for like an entire year is how I lost all that weight. Which is like not what any like trainer or people recommend, right? Because you just don't stick to it, but it worked for me. I don't know. Visit my parents while I'm up in the process of moving it for a new job. Been chefing it up. My parents have been eating well. That's good. I like that. Cooking for your parents is always fun. I learned how to cook because I wanted to cook for my mom, or I had to learn how to cook for my mom. Used to be fantastic shape, but life took hold. Yeah, I get it. It happens. Comes out of nowhere. I got no room to talk, man. I've been out of shape almost my entire life, so you can do it. My dinner was a mashup bowl of ramen. I do not regret the pain it caused me. Yep. Good. Don't regret it. Enjoy it. And then regret it later. And develop body dysmorphia. Like every healthy gym bro. You can get the hernia fixed? Can't really, unfortunately. The only thing that I can do is lose weight and hopefully feel better. Because it's up in my sternum. Right? It's called a hiatal hernia. It's up here. So my stomach doesn't know how to stay in my body properly, which means that I deal with a lot of really rough like stomach issues if I'm not very careful. If I'm very careful and bland, I don't have any problems. I live the normal life, right? If I eat like this morning I had like eggs and avocado on rice cakes. If I eat very bland food, I don't have any problems. But if I had a pizza, I would burn. I would burn if I had a pizza, man. If I had drank a glass of orange juice, I would die. So I just gotta be very careful and just hope that it gets fixed if I lose all the weight that I need to lose. You know? That's all like any of the listen, Canadian healthcare is free, but it's also kind of shit. That's the secret none of our American friends that complain about Canadians having free healthcare like to talk about, is that yes, Canadian healthcare is free, but it's also kind of shit. So, you know, I've been to specialists, I've been to the hospital, I've done a lot of tests and stuff, and they're all kind of like, I don't know, just lose weight, kid. Like, you'll be fine, maybe. I don't know. Maybe you just have to eat like this for the rest of your life. And I'm like, really? There's nothing I can do? There's nothing I can fix? We'll never drink a soda, never eat a pizza again, never eat Mediterranean food, Mexican food, anything with spices, never eat anything with onion powder or garlic powder ever again. They're like, yeah, man, it's just, you know, you just live with it. And I'm like, all right. Okay. All right. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. My doctor did say, actually.
I just keep failing the check to remember to
shit.
unsub.
Do you? Minako, I'm sorry to hear that. Thanks for 32 months, though. How's it going, bro? What's up, Minako? How was your D&D game on Friday? But yeah, the doctor's just like, well, if you have the money, you can go to the U.S. and go to like one of their specialty hospitals for like a couple weeks. They'll probably fix you. I'm like, how much is that? He's like, I don't know, $50 to $100,000. I'm like, I'll do a subathon. Yeah, I'll do a subathon. So now the only course forward I have for me returning to normality, for being able to eat normal food, is just losing all my weight and hoping for the best. So I'm doing, bro. Just described it, American healthcare. Shit. Now, man, all my dude, I have a Canadian friend that moved to the U.S. and he had all these medical like health problems or whatever, and he got on his company's healthcare plan in California, and they just like fixed him, basically. He's like, bro, I can never move back to Canada, because if I move back to Canada and I have to deal with this shit again, I don't wanna. So he's stuck. At least if you got the money for it, American healthcare is pretty good. That's the problem. If you got the money for it in Canada, you still can't get good healthcare. But whatever, man. You just got to be healthy, eat good food, get exercise, go do good things for yourself. Focus on your mental, focus on your physical, live a good balanced life, and you'll probably be fine. I don't know. Rock climbing a bunch through my school is my favorite sport, and I'm stronger than I've ever been. That's awesome, dude. Rock climbing sounds like a lot of fun. You know, when I'm not an actual fucking moving walrus land whale tank of a human, I might try rock climbing. You know, I don't know if I could rock climb at my size, but I want to at some point. I want to be like one of those rock climbing guys that like wears the really tight shorts around like it's normal. Like, you know, you have a friend that rock climbs and they wear the shorts that are super tight and super short, and you can like see the outline of their junk, and they just stand there talking to you like it's completely normal, and you're like, you're not rock climbing right now. Why are you wearing those? You know? And I feel like they know they make you uncomfortable. They kind of just don't care. Like the old man in the gym locker room that walks around naked, just waddles around with his feet that are always wet. And you're like, you haven't been in the shower in an hour. Why are your feet still wet? He's just slapping around his feet on the gym floor. You know? Like he knows he's making people on the other dudes in the locker room uncomfortable, but he doesn't care because he's like 74. And like, why would you give a shit about anything when you're 74? You know, I think I want to be like that when I start. I want to start rock climbing and be like that guy. That's what I want to be like when I'm all thin and fit and stuff. Not complaining. I cost a lot. Captain Canada serum is expensive. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a case where Canadian healthcare is a W. So at least someone's getting a good end of it. At least wow, as good as they can in Canada, here and there. You know. Legit in America, you could be dying from a disease, but if you were more than a single pound underweight, you're too fat, and all your health concerns stem from that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, dude. I got a lot of sympathy for people trying to lose weight. It's tough out there, but you know, I've realized in the last couple of years just how much the world and like the food sort of like industry is rigged against us. I've become very, very cynical about food in the last couple of years. Very cynical about food. I'm like, dude, I've just become this like miserable, like everything's trying to kill you. Everything's fake. Everything is, you know, harmful. You got to eat like super clean, get stuff from like farmers. Don't eat any processed whatevers. You know, like I've become such like an anti-vax mom Facebook group. You know, like baking your own bread kind of shit. Like, you know, I've just become super cynical and like untrustworthy of like basically the entire fucking food industry. I buy all my shit from farmers markets when I can. I get all like local meat and whatever. I buy organic whenever I can from certain like places I know is actual like organic and not just like labeled organic that doesn't actually like do anything, you know, to make any difference. It's expensive, but it's not that bad if you don't eat anything every day. But yeah, I become so cynical and just like mad about food, about the industries, about how like snack food companies are like willing to sacrifice your life for their, you know, for their profits. The government's all fucking corrupt and owned by like big corn and big pharma. Dude, I went down the rabbit hole. I'm just like trying to be so clean in the way I eat. Definitely it's become a video game at this point in time, and I go way too far than farther than I need to. But I kind of like it. It's like kind of a video game for me. It's kind of a fun, I don't know, challenge. See how healthy you can be. See how little processed food you can eat. And then drink a giant fucking Slurpee at the end of the week, because, you know, you gotta get your fix, bro. I've been to nude beaches in the instances about a weird ex. That's a great story, actually. My eyes are broken and your art is recomposition day. My recomposition day. All right, there you go. Perfect. That's the best compliment I can get. Nude volleyball is traumatizing, especially when people collide face into crotch. Ooh, I don't think I could ever do a nude beach. I don't think I could ever go there. I'd be too like embarrassed to even be clothed on a nude beach. Be around that many naked people. Now, here's the thing. I don't get embarrassed around naked people. I went to art school. Do you know how many naked dudes and naked chicks I've drawn in my life through going to art school? All right, I have like first year art school. You like don't want to like look at people. You're like trying to draw, but you like, you know, you're trying to like peek past your canvas or whatever. You're like, I seen something. I seen things. I'm gonna just draw. I don't want to look. You know. And then by fourth year, you're just like casually talking to the nude model. You're like, hey Frank, how was your weekend, man? Did you go to the Flames game? Oh, cool. Yeah, what was the score? Oh, where were you sitting, man? Hey, that's cool. Oh, it's a little cold today, Frank. You know, like you get so comfortable. But I don't think I could do the nude beach, man. So that sucks, bro. In American healthcare, you might have to see 5 different specialty doctors until you find the one that's actually helpful. Yeah, same here. True, man. True. Being someone who fell off the wagon and became pretty unhealthy and is surrounded by other unhealthy people, and healthy people do not drink nearly enough water, and that alone is life-changing. Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like, here's the thing. Like it's crazy how unhealthy some people are, and yet I empathize and understand and don't judge them whatsoever because of it. Obviously, it's your responsibility. Obviously, if you're overweight and you want to lose weight for your health, obviously, if you want to like do something for your health, or you want to stop eating a certain way, or you want to change your body or do whatever, you know, it's your choice. Whatever, man. You do what you want to in your life. I've had people accuse me since I went on my very public being to my stream. I'm open about my weight loss journey. I've had people say like, hey, you shouldn't talk about like how your goal is weight loss. It's like fat phobic. And I'm like, bro, I was 300 pounds. Like, fuck you. I'm having health problems. I want to lose all the weight I can. Right? Like, don't try and push your own values onto my like fitness goals. Right? So, but I don't judge anyone for whatever they do. But it is, I think people are outgunned, man. If you live in North America, you are so fucked when it comes to food. Like if you're in your, like, I was raised on Fruit Loops and orange juice, and my mom even apologized for that like like a couple weeks ago. She's like, I don't know, like, because she's trying to lose weight too. She's like, I'm sorry, kid, I was raised on Tang and Kool-Aid. Like, I didn't know better. The government said, you know, 7 servings of grains per day. Fruit Loops said it's this healthy breakfast, whatever. Like, I'm sorry, kid. And I'm like, hey, you know, it's like you're so, when you live in North America, you're so outgunned between all the food and processed shits and lax laws. It's so amazing when you find out how much stuff we eat in North America that's illegal elsewhere in the world. You know, it's like, man, anyone like trying to go on that journey and be healthy and like eat properly and whatnot in North America, it's tough, dude. Don't underestimate how much of a struggle it is. People get discouraged, you know, and it sucks because I see people get discouraged by the whole, you know, how difficult it is and how daunting the task is of trying to lose weight or get healthy or clean their diet or whatever they want to do, or, you know, just drink more water even. It's like, dude, it's just like so inaccessible for you know, like those like posts on the Twitter or whatever that are like hold on, they're like trying to guilt you into like eating better food, where it's like 2,000 calories of junk food versus 2,000 calories. Yeah. Where it's like, look at this. It's like 2,000 calories. 2,000 calories of junk food versus 2,000 calories of whole foods. You can get a bag of M&Ms, 2 donuts, a Big Mac, fries, Coca-Cola, at a Starbucks versus salad, blueberries, yogurt, croutons, chicken, quinoa, bread, or whatever the fuck that is, apple, banana, sprout. Like it's like you talk about like this like judgy post of like, hey, look at how much you should be eating, you weirdo. But it's like, okay, what's the cost comparison, this asshole? You know, what's the cost comparison, bro? If you're trying to just fucking survive in the modern world and if inflation and all this other shit, it's like maybe you don't have enough money to eat something more than craft dinner. I still have a craft dinner night every week. We have a craft dinner night. Sorry, a craft mac and cheese. In Canada, we call it craft dinner. It's actually called craft dinner in Canada, but it's craft mac and cheese. We still have a craft mac and cheese night, you know, every week or so, because we're like, I don't know, I don't want to spend more than $2 on dinner tonight. You know, so I get it, man. It's tough, bro. People just gotta, you know, just gotta keep getting supported. You just gotta keep, just surround yourself by people who want what's best for you and want to help you get your goals. That's what I've done. All my friends and family have been super supportive of me trying to finally, like, I was overweight and unhealthy for 32 years. Man, people have been so supportive and nice to me in my journey. It's crazy. You just gotta find people like that who will help you. So how we do our summer fitness challenge that we do in our Discord is because I want people to find other people who will support them. You know, for like our walking challenge and our fitness challenge, and it's fun. It's easier. It's possible that way. Our family's health issues, mystery disappearance during our entire trip to Europe. If all Europeans' bannings of poisons actually benefit human bodies, shocking. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. How much stuff, like how many food dyes and preservatives are legal in Canada and the US, but just, and like pesticides and shit. But in Europe, they're like, nah, man, nah, you can't do that here. You weirdo. Take your poison somewhere else, bro. It's tough, man. Just add water. Yeah, that's the thing, man. I get it. I'm like, don't forget, I'm still a fat kid. I'm not like some sanctimonious, like, oh, I drink like water and don't drink soda and I just like eat healthy things and like whole foods and stuff all the time. Bro, if you leave to my devices, I will eat nothing but fucking fast food and candy. Bro, like I am in the sauce. I'm addicted as shit to that garbage. It's tough, bro. All right, I kind of like these like more cloud forward compositions. You know, I feel like it brings everything closer to the viewer. I think it brings the sky down to your viewpoint as a viewer, and I think it helps because like remember, the most important part of this painting is setting the scene for you to imagine yourself in this environment, which is slightly different than a lot of other painting work, right? This is more of a concept art kind of thing, right? The concept art is to inspire the modelers and the world designers and the game, you know, level designers and stuff, to inspire them to a certain vibe. And I'm trying, and like you kind of serve as your own like game designer in a lot of ways when you're playing D&D as a player. So it's like I have to create concept art that will inspire you the way like the concept team would inspire the rest of the dev team. Healthy living became extremely marketable. Yeah, that too. Organic blueberries are freaking $11 in Canada for organic. It's not even cost effective to avoid the garbage, and that's the biggest hurdle. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I buy like every week or so, I buy like a thing of blackberries from Costco. It's like $5. It's like I get a couple blackberries with most of my meals here and there. It's nice. I like it. It's refreshing. It's sweet. It's not too many calories. But like when I go to the farmer's market in the summer and try and buy like blackberries or blueberries, it's tough, dude. It's really tough, you know? But just do what you can, I guess. The one thing I am thankful about is that I live in Alberta, so it's very easy for us to get very good quality beef. Beef, like agriculture here, beef, chicken, eggs, all that kind of stuff. It's very easy to get. It's much less expensive to get good beef and good eggs and good chicken where I live than it is for someone in like Ontario or BC or whatever. So I do have that going for me for where we live. There's got to be some benefits living in the fucking prairies and the mountains, all right? Like I started the amount of plastic everyone consumes every year from all the microplastics. That's now plagued the world from global consumerism. Yeah. Yeah, all right, Hassan Abi. No, I get it, man. It's tough. A lot of people want to like be healthier or live a different way or whatever. It's just so brutally difficult, man. How do you do it? I really empathize with everyone trying to go on that journey. Break my addiction to energy drinks at least. I'm down to 2 a day, from 2 a day to 1 to a week maximum. That's huge. That's awesome. Congratulations, dude. You know, energy drinks are rough because sometimes you just need them to get through, you know, whatever it is, like school or work or whatever, or just in life. I had a friend, well, an acquaintance in art school that, man, she was always this like really frumpy, like just very like depressed, very droopy, like unfortunate human whenever I saw her. And she was in my art history courses. And she drank like 3 to 4 Monster cans a day. She was so tired, exhausted. And I remember it was so cool. Between second and third year, I was in my next art history course, right? My third year art history course. And she comes and sits down beside me. And like, usually you don't sit beside strangers. When you have an auditorium that fits like 200 people and you have a course that's like maybe 40 people, you don't sit next to anyone unless you're friends. And she comes and sits right next to me. And I'm like, who's this random girl sitting right next to me? What the fuck? What is this? This is like when you're in a bathroom, right? As a dude, and there's like the row of like 8 urinals, and you're at one, and some guy comes in right next to you. You're like, what the fuck are you doing? You know? So I was like, kind of like, what? Who are you? Like, what are you? What are you? And she's just like, hi, you know, hey, what's up? And I was like, hey. And she was like, she started talking to me very casually. I was like, this is a very social individual. What's up with this? And she was like, so this course is gonna be brutal, hey? And I'm like, yeah, hopefully. But she's like, you don't mind if I cheat off you during tests here and there? And I'm kind of like, no, it's cool. And she kind of like laughed or whatever. And I was just like, at one point I was like, were we in art history last year together? And she was like, yeah, it's you know, it's Jennifer. And I was like, I did not recognize her. I'm like, you changed over the summer. I'm sorry, I did not recognize you. And she kind of laughed. She didn't like look offended or whatever. She's like, oh yeah, I stopped drinking energy drinks. And I was like, oh, it was crazy, dude. It's like a completely different person. So that's hard to kick. I'm proud of you. You have soda for 3 years. Went to just water. Honestly, never felt any benefits with constantly eating pizza for 4 times. Yeah, you don't want to drink too much water, all right? You can go too hard, all right? Yeah, relaxing map building. We're trying today. We're trying. We need to create. Listen, Viper. We need to create a new area, like a map painting, whatever, for a new area that we're gonna take our players to. But we need to set the scene as it's a cloud ocean with like floating islands and stuff. So I need to do a painting for them, something that looks something like this. This is an example of a finished painting that I've done that brings the environment to them and can set the scene for where our game is taking place for the next part of the adventure. So we're doing some thumbnails here for our next, I guess environmental piece to help set the scene for our illustrious players, if we can. It's baffling. I don't even have diabetes, and I'm pre-diabetic. Doctor told me I shouldn't be. Yeah, it's you just take your health where you can get it, I guess, you know. Professional DM, would you want to be a guest for a one shot? Maybe. I unfortunately so I actually had to decline a one shot invitation from a good friend of mine for this month. So I said that I'm not committing to anything until I'm caught up with work. I'm really behind on stuff. I'm behind on my commissions. I'm behind on I deposit my Patreon for a couple months. And so I am not committing to anything at all. Like, I haven't canceled my D&D game so I can have a weekly commitment until I'm caught up, and I don't know if that's going to be a couple weeks or a couple months. I love being on other D&D games and other D&D shows and playing with friends on Twitch and meeting people who play D&D. So I would love to at some point in time. I'm at the point where I need to not promise literally anything. Literally a single thing. I need to not promise to do anything until I'm completely caught up, so that I can get all my work done and get my adventure out and get all the things that I need to do. But yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun at some point in time. 100%. Got inspiration, you should look at some Genshin Impact wallpapers. I've never played Genshin, honestly. Genshin Impact wallpaper. It's got this really, you know, that's a good idea actually. Genshin art is really like bright and like, you know, this kind of optimistic sort of like bright, you know, sky, blue skies, clouds, green grass that I want to go for this piece. Ooh, that's good. I like that. I feel like I've seen this art before. This reminds me of something I've seen in Nier. Is like the shooting star an important part of like the Genshin storyline or whatever? Or is that just a cool piece for this piece of artwork? That's neat. These are actually really great inspirations. That's good. That's a good call. Man, I feel like I should try one of these gacha games like Genshin or Honkai or whatever. But I don't know which one. I don't know which one. Like, I feel like everyone's playing Honkai Star Rail right now. But, oh, whale. That's fucking dope. I want to put a temple on a whale. I'm gonna do this for the Shattered Sea. Fuck you. Fuck you, Genshin. I'm gonna steal your idea. No. These are cool. I like this. This is actually a really good reference. Lots of like clouds and bright stars and things like that. It'd be fun to do a painting at this kind of time of day where it's just entering into twilight, where you're just barely getting some of those like hues of red and purple and stuff. That's cool. It's like a really good idea, actually. I'm gonna go deep on that later. I'm gonna keep that link up. Keeping up all the same. You have to check us out on my channel here. Yeah, I'd love to. That sounds dope, bro. Boom. All right. Where is it? Okay, I got the link. Yeah, sick. That'd be fun. That'd be awesome. I'm not very well connected with a lot of my fellow D&D category friends, so I was like seeing what people are doing, you know. I don't run a live play or anything yet on my channel. That's a later in this year plan once I have the actual first adventure finished. So I don't know if I'll ever be an exclusively live play channel, but I'm always enchanted by seeing what people are doing on theirs, you know. It's always very exciting for me. I vicariously play D&D through them. I always assumed the lower cloud deck looked different from normal clouds, but I can't remember if you said that or if I imagined the lower deck should be sticky or looking or somehow. So it depends on how low you go, right? Like within the Shattered Sea, there are multiple sort of layers or levels, right? The Shattered Sea basically looks like a giant... What the fuck? There we go. It's a giant crater in the world, right? So you've got ocean on either side. So we've got waves and ocean water. And you got like mountains and stuff around the whole, you know, perimeter of the Shattered Sea. But as far as just like a section map, so there are obviously clouds in the sky that you can find. You know, there are clouds above. There's also like the basin collects clouds. There's a lot of cloud formations that sort of are below ground level, more or less. But those all look fairly normal clouds, right? They get thicker and thicker as you go down. There's more and more cloud coverage. So if you have a floating island, let's say somewhere at like ground level, you know, you've got it's more or less like you've got just clouds above you, and then you look down, you see almost exclusively clouds, right? Just like white fluffy clouds below you. If you have an island that's like much higher up in the sky, which you do have a couple, it's gonna be very cold up here for one. But also you'll have more, you'll be like in the sky. You'll see clouds, and like the sky will sort of like haze out to the blue, you know, it's just kind of above you in the higher atmosphere. But then you'll look down and see all the various different sort of layers of clouds. it doesn't get weird until you get much lower, Atari. The bottom layer of cloud coverage in the Shattered Sea, there is a like kind of the ground floor layer is described as kind of a brine pool, right? So brine pools are very, very eerie if you're unfamiliar with how they look in brine pools are very they're very like kind of strange. Let's see if we can get some. It's all ocean life. Where's a good example of one? Yeah. So check it out. So these brine pools appear as this like very hazy kind of like cloudy area, you know, beneath the surface that oh, like this. Right? So like you see this like eel swimming in and out of the brine pool to like catch stuff, but like it you know, it's not good. You don't want to be down there. The water's way too salty down there to like survive. So fish get like preserved under there, and animals that go under there like too much, like this eel, go into this like toxic shock type thing. The eel's okay, it like figures itself out. It figures out how to eel properly after. But it's like a brine pool. It's just this kind of very hazy, dark cloud that sort of like just kind of shifts and doesn't move up or down, but just kind of like creates this almost opaque texture, right? That you see things like floating around beneath them. You'll see like large forms of large like tentacled fish and strange, you know, creatures beneath the brine pools. But if you're down close, like in the lower levels, there's almost always going to be clouds above you. Whether they're clouds that are around you, or clouds that are directly above you, or clouds that are like up in the sky. But if you're down low enough in the Shattered Sea, you almost never see blue sky, right? It's kind of like, think of like a Lovecraftian, like dark, gloomy, English seaside town, you know, with like dark, stormy clouds beneath you instead of a sea. But like if you're low enough that you can see the bottom layer of the Shattered Sea, it's like pretty eerie. It's pretty creepy. It's like unsettling for people to stare into the abyss. It's like when you're out in the open ocean and you're swimming and you look down and you can't see the bottom. It just turns like fades to black. It's that kind of like unease or yeah, I don't know, the uneasiness that you get from that. But that's how kind of ooh, I screwed that up. That's kind of how it forms or whatever. So that's the general vibe of being lower in the Shattered Sea.
Flying spindle. Neat.
Flying spindle? Wait, what? Wait, what? I'm confused. Rock. Thank you for 100 bits, though. I appreciate it. How you doing, Rock? What's up, bro? What's good? Here for a session tomorrow with my group. The DM left us in a weird spot. Did the DM cliffhang you? Did you get cliffhung? Do you not know if your party is going to live or die? You not know whether or not the ancient devil is going to attempt to take your souls or give you a bargain? If the dragon is going to emerge and awaken from its lair? I love D&D cliffhangers. I cliffhang my players all the time. I don't know if they hate it or not, but I like it. I cliffhang them consistently whenever I can. And I don't apologize for it either. I think it's the optimal way for me to run my D&D game. That's how I know they come back every time. You just cliffhang them until oblivion, and then there you go. Like play Enshrouded. All right, have fun, my friend. Enjoy Enshrouded. I haven't played it yet. Hear good things though. Made homemade Reese's peanut butter bars. Made 50. The last 30 minutes. That's what happens, dude. It happens when they're too delicious. That sounds fun. You're saying you were going to go off to do that yesterday, Rock, and it got me thinking I want to do some baking this weekend. I want to bake something fun. I don't know what. I haven't had like homemade cookies in a while or whatever. Maybe I'll convince Ella to make something fun for us for our cheat day. Ooh, I like this composition the most, I think. What if we need something foreground, though? Like immediate foreground. So we're still from the perspective of an island, you know? Like, this would be the kind of piece if we wanted to do this like... Oh, not that garbage. This garbage. If we want to do a piece like this with our character foreground, like sitting on the wall, something like this, where if we can imagine, you know, her sitting on the wall or whatever here, her cloak billowing in the wind. That'd be like a cool foreground sort of like piece. I don't know. We'll leave room for that kind of stuff here. All right, and we'll see what's up. Our sorcerer summoned pixies who used polymorph and turned us into T-Rexes. That's a weird spot. Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. That's a weird place. That's definitely a weird place to be.
Evan the
100%.
cliffhanger. He made an adventure that was a banger. He pushed to the edge, but the party gave their pledge to stick around through danger.
You actually fit that one into TTS this time. I'm impressed, Rock. Good job. Normally, we get you baited, and then the last part gets ruined. So I'm impressed. Good job, Rock. There you go, man. You got one in. Thank you 100 bits, bro. I appreciate it. All right, I need to go and get new water. I'll be right back. When I return, maybe we'll actually take one of these composition. I might do one more. So we have 6 thumbnails to pick from. And then we'll choose the best and then try and pull it into a painting and make some rancid looking garbage that we're going to call art. So, okay, here be. All right, we're back. We're back. It's time. Returned. Returned. I am born again. Once more. Into the breach of art. To attempt mediocrity. That's all I can get. Generally. So, we're striving for. Revolt. I deserve it. Let's face it. I was gone for 2 weeks. I deserve the revolts right now. That's fair, you know. I can complain, I can whine, but realistically, I've played myself. All right, I like the more angular compositions. Let's try to do one more composition of impressive angularity, and then we'll see what we get. Maybe we fill out the entire composition board. I don't know. Maybe not. We'll see. We'll see how we feel. This stage in painting is always just like I don't usually do this on stream because I always find that it's I don't know. It's a mixed bag. Some people really like it. Some people get frustrated when it's like, God, I'm just tired of seeing thumbnails. Let's just do something. So, but I haven't done it in a while. So maybe we'll do a full proper thumbnail page. People feed. Wait, cookies making for coworkers on Valentine's Day are red velvet cream cheese white chocolate cookies. Dude, I wonder what Elle is gonna get me or gonna make me for Valentine's Day, bro. That's right, it's coming up. That's coming up. And if she wants anything for White Day, she better bake something delicious. That's right. That's right. We do Asian Valentine's Day. We do Korean, Japanese Valentine's Day. We do Valentine's Day and White Day. So the main difference is that girls will like they'll bake some sort of confection or buy some sort of like, I don't know, sweet or whatever for the boy that they like in their life or their obligatory, you know, husband or whatever. And then on March 14th is called White Day, and it's the day where the men will get something usually white, like, I don't know, white chocolate or marshmallow or diamonds or white gold as a gratitude thank you gift for the women that make them something for White Day or for Valentine's Day. So I never get anything for Valentine's Day. I'm obliged to do something for her for White Day, which is kind of nice. We never really did the Valentine's Day like dinners and shit like that as a couple, because that's just annoying, man. There's just people everywhere. You gotta like find a place out. I think we did like one or two, but after we went to Japan for the first time, we got home. We went to Japan around Valentine's Day. We're like, oh, we are never doing like white people Valentine's Day again. This is way better, and I don't regret it. I don't miss it. Even the slightest. Maybe Valentine's Day I'm very lonely. You know what? You know what? This year, maybe I'll do regular Valentine's Day. Maybe I'll make Valentines for all members in the guild. Alaire, like, you know, like you did when you were in school and you made a little Valentine for all your classmates. Maybe I'll do that for all the TDCs, you know? That's a good idea. Maybe I expand my Valentine's Day scope this year instead of just getting something made for me by Ella. Maybe I'll actually try and make the people, the good people of the Dragon's Claim feel loved and appreciated. Make a bunch of D&D Valentines that we can fill out for each other. Good idea. Did you hear thumbnail? From a painting perspective, I think 3 and 5 are the strongest. Yeah, I like the framing of what, like, having something coming from above Thorkin is I think it's very effective for bringing your perspective of the sky down on top of you, and then having cloud below, having land above and cloud below. I think like you can do whatever you want in the middle, but I think having land above and cloud below is very good for reinforcing that. Which is why I'm still kind of sticking with, you see this, like, this long shape I did here, and then here for like the island. I'm doing the same thing here. I'm trying to explore this long singular like island shape that cuts through the middle. We can put stuff above and below on. Just trying to explore it within a couple compositions. But yeah, I don't know. What do you think is the strongest, Thorkin? Do you agree, or do you like some of the other ones more? You know, I'm wondering what will Yuna get for Valentine's Day? Maybe a hug from her father. Yuna has stop. Yuna. I don't. Okay, listen, dude. Listen. That fucking goblin deserves nothing. All right, she deserves nothing for Valentine's Day. She's gonna be 2 years old soon, hey? Damn, bro. One of the reasons why Ella and I don't really spend or do anything for Valentine's Day, like we don't do it for a dinner out or whatever, is because we have our anniversary dinner from like when we got together initially, a couple days after Valentine's Day. We started dating like the week after Valentine's Day, so this year will be. Is it 15 or 16 years? So we started dating in 2008. So this is 15 years, right? 2024. No, this is 16 years. 16 years, dude. I've been 16 years been with Ella then. That's almost half my life, bro. That's very close. That's getting scary. Yo, games, gags, and geeks. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Good to have you. I'm honored. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, 16 years, bro. With Ella. 16 years that she's forgot to cancel her EBA sub. Keeps renewing it. So now skamazed her. So, there you go. 2 and 5, the middle column. I see that, yeah, okay. Never did that. I was very bullied. Ah, well. I also relate to that. I also relate to that. You know, I probably did that for 1 year, and then I never really fit in for that kind of stuff for the class events. So I understand. I relate. I'm more talking about general experiences that I think people have. Maybe this is the year that we all go out and find our D&D playing lifelong players. There you go. Imagine dating not a D&D player. Oh god. What's it like if you're dating a non-D&D player? What do they care about? Like watching like TV shows and Taylor Swift? You're like, I want to talk about dragons, not Taylor and Travis or whatever. I don't know. It's probably fine. I just don't. Hygiene? Yeah, maybe that's what you talk about. How to have good hygiene. Yeah, that's a good point. It's probably pretty good. Like the openness of number 4 and the framing of number 5. Ooh, that's a good point. 4 does bring in a lot of the vastness of the Shadowed Sea. That's fair. That's a good point. Number 3 gives the most unusual view of the Shadowed Sea. Landforms floating through the cloud layers, something that I can be seen in our world. But looking up at the other side of an island is unique to Teleria. Definitely, yeah. That's why. I think I need to. I think we need to have the land above and the clouds below. In whatever composition we do, I think it's an important feature that we need to explore. I think you're absolutely right about that. Must choke because you just described my wife. Ah, shit. Ah, dang. Ah, shit. All right. That's fine. You know, you figured it out, I guess. This year is the year to learn to play the Morin Kur. What is that? That sounds deep. Just followed you on Instagram. Is that your art in there? Yes. Yeah. I haven't uploaded anything on Instagram in a little while, but thanks for the follow over there. I appreciate it. Yeah. I haven't uploaded anything. Actually, I do need to post. I need to post some paintings, right? We need to post our painting. I'm gonna post this on Twitter. I'm gonna post on Twitter right now. I'm gonna take a break, an interlude. I'm gonna do it. I'm bad at posting stuff. I'm gonna post this on Twitter and then Instagram. You guys need to be on my ass and remind me to post when I finish a painting or something like that. All right. I never have to say about my art, right? We'll say the same thing on Twitter and Instagram. Twitter and Instagram need very different things, though, right? Oh god. Somebody write my tweet for me. Thorkin, write my tweet for me. You're a real artist. Yeah. What do I say? Painting. No. God, what do we even say about art? This is why I'm so bad at posting stuff on social media. Why I never post my shit on Instagram or Twitter. Cause I never know what to say, man. You know? The circle of life. What do we say, bro? What do we say? How about a short story? Nobody reads short stories on Twitter. What do you mean? God. If you need to put like a meme in there, right? Don't say anything, just add 1,000 octothropes. What the fuck? Like Deep Sky calm my mind. That's good. No need for words. Hope you enjoy as much as I enjoyed making it. That's too sincere. God. People just want memes. They're just like, lol, where's the cat girls, Evan? You forgot to add cat girls in your painting. I don't see any cat girl made cafes in here. Lol, keck. You overestimate the sophistication of the people who follow me on Twitter and will respond to stuff, all right? I post really thoughtful, sincere things on Twitter or Instagram. And I just get dunked on by my chat. It's unfair. Oh, God. Okay, I haven't painted anything for Eldara in a while. Haven't painted for anything for Eldara in a while. Glad to get back on. Glad to get back on the Enviro. Glad to get back into, let's say, into concept work. I wish I could add in Twitch emotes. Like I would add nodders in here. Like I would add that in. Nodders. But if I say nodders, the normies that don't follow me on Twitch aren't gonna understand what nodders means. Oh, okay. All right, it's there. There it is. There it is. It's done. Now I gotta post on Instagram. I can't open Instagram on stream. I'm always scared of that. Instagram is frightening. New create post. Select from computer. Realms of Eldara. Where is it? Eldar. Eldari. What the hell? Eldari. There we go. Runes painting. There we go. Shit, we need a different format, don't we? Wait. No. We 16 by 9. Close enough. Next. Instagram I can be more thoughtful on. Instagram is more because people don't read the caption as often. When people do read the caption, I can actually like describe what it is. Concept piece from Stone Mark. I wanted to show off what the Eldar Eye runes really look like. So here's a bit of a glance. Here's a bit of a. Here's one style you might find across Teleria. And then I need to, and then I need a hashtag generator, right? Oh my god. Let's just hashtag art, hashtag D&D, hashtag Twitch, hashtag what are the ones I'm supposed to use on Instagram? I forget. I'm so bad at it. D&D, art, Twitch, fantasy and concept art. All right, we remembered. There it is. We remembered. Thanks for the reminder. I appreciate it, Gabes. Thank you for the reminder to actually do stuff. I appreciate you. So You disagree with my message? Did I? Need more cat girl cafes? See what I'm dealing with here? I do take commissions right now. Right now I am full up on commissions, but I'll probably have new commission slots open in March, probably. But yes, I'm trying to get caught up on my commissions, so I'm not accepting any new ones until March, probably March 1st or March 15th, one of the two. But yeah, I am. You can just send me a message and we'll figure it out. I think you posted the album art, right? The album art. Wait, what album art? No, I didn't post any. Oh, well, this is the album artwork. It's just not cropped. The album artwork is okay, whatever. Oh, I made little stickers. I made little stamps. Check it out. I made little stamps. Look at that. These are some of the Patreon stickers. What do you think about that? What, you guys like it? You dig it? These are the next phase from travel stickers. The stamps or whatever. Yeah. I did two for Patreon. I did one of that and one of that. There it is. So Astral Order Mail, Sage Order Special Priority, Infinite Gold. There's no limit to this the value of the stamp. So yeah, these are cool, man. I can't. Ella hasn't made me any of the stickers yet. She's made the ones for Patreon, but so I can't show you any right now. But yeah, these are the next sort of phase for like after the travel stickers are done, because the travel stickers are. I think I'm done for a little while for the travel stickers. I've done a bunch of them, you know. Where's my favorite one? The favorite one was probably the Northmark sticker, right? For travel stickers. Voyage to Northmark. So now we have an actual the stamps. So done a bunch of shit recently, all right? I just haven't talked about it all on stream or Twitter or whatever yet because I've been busy. There it is, man. You actually use the wallpaper, Garthan? Really? I'm honored, man. Thank you, dude. That's huge. I appreciate it. I need to do like a wallpaper engine, like motion wallpaper for this. I don't know what I'd do. Like maybe some I'd like make the clouds move. I think I could. Wait, could I make the clouds move? They're on their own layer, right? Kind of. I could have the clouds like moving through at least one layer. I'd have to like design it from the beginning for motion. But I could have like the clouds like slowly moving across the piece and do like a wallpaper engine piece. I don't know. That'd be fun. All right. Okay. We gotta finish this. Better get our comps done. All right. Let's post keyboards on Instagram. And there you go. The Eldarin Catgirl Cafe, where it's secretly an assassin's headquarters where the assassins are trained. Legitimately, Evangeline is an assassin. So, you know. The reason why I ask is my team and I have started to stream our in-person games online, and for fun I generate AR art for our intros. I'm looking for an artist to support to replace the images. We'll definitely message you on March 1st. Made a reminder. Yeah, also I'll post, so I'll be posting probably a commissions open thing in my Discord and on Twitter and on Instagram as well. So you can also just look out for that. So you don't have to. I don't want to make you try to remind yourself to message me. That feels, I don't know. That feels kind of shitty on my part. But if you want to, then absolutely, I'd be happy to. I'll probably be opening 3 or 4 slots in March. So yeah, for sure. They're always first come first serve. So maybe it is beneficial to to like announce it ahead of time. But yeah, I mean everything I do is artwork focused for D&D worlds and stuff. So I'd be honored. That sounds like a lot of fun. Keep an eye out. Just organizing. Fair enough. Live play games are a lot to do. I have a number of friends that run live play games on Twitch. So first of all, good luck. That sounds awesome. And second, 100%. That'd be a lot of fun. I love doing like art commissions like for D&D players and D&D groups most because they care about the artwork a lot more than just like studios. Like when you're working for a studio, it's like, all right, we've got like Stormtrooper number 5. All right, okay, here you go. You just draw your another Stormtrooper concept, and it's just like it's cool, sure. Like it's not like they don't care, but D&D players are always so invested and so like interested, and I like working with clients like a lot closer and a lot more in depth than you would maybe at a studio. So it's always fun to do stuff for other people's D&D worlds. I get to step out of my own for a little while and do some art for somebody else's fantasy. It's like a fun brain refresher or whatever. And then you get the Dash Toes of the world that want to commission art within Eldara, and that's like, you know, I have mixed feelings about that, but I'll do it, I guess. I guess. We'll do more like rock shards and things like that, also floating. More like detail as far as the like the foreground sort of like pressing through the piece, you know? Kind of create more movement. We have above and below. Do we add something in the foreground on this one? I don't think so. I think we leave this one open. Unless we add something else behind our cloud layer, so we're looking kind of top down on it. We need to really get this right though, because this is like the beginning of like a 30-hour painting. So as much as I would like to say, oh, we'll just do six thumbnails and then find the one that's right, I really want to fill the page out and maybe do another page off stream. I don't think we'll settle on one today, maybe. I don't know. I don't want to promise anything, I guess. You ever think about viewer numbers, but can I post a Twitter engagement number? It's a funny number on a funny tweet. Sure. Yes. Sure. Absolutely. You can talk about Twitter engagement numbers all you want, because it's depressing for me. It's depressing how much engagement the like anime girl, like, is it my most engaged with tweet I've ever made? My anime girl shit. Let me scroll real quick. All right. Post a dank meme. There you go. Don't even post art. 1.6. That's pretty good. Where's our cat girl? You know? Where's she at? There you go. Censored. Regular art with a censored bar. There you go. Okay. Dank meme. Winter meme. Yep. Peepos. All right. Let's keep going back. 630. Seriously? Seriously? Man. I spent all this time. I spent all this time making a new character. 190 impressions. I draw some fucking anime cat girl in like an hour and a half, and it clears it 3x. All right. Why do I try, man? Why do I try? Okay, wait. What do I say? Okay. Oh, Garth, I did download VR chat. I did. All right. What of it? Yep. What of it? Downloaded VR chat. 69 impressions. There you go. Thank you for that. That's great, man. I'm super glad that people know that I downloaded VR chat. I have to talk with Fishy and Fox. I want to play VR chat with them. I don't know any other friends that have VR chat. I'm pretty sure Fishy does, and I know Fox does. And Fox and I we're gonna go troll VR chat. But I don't know who else wants to come troll VR chat with me. So very surreal, yeah. I think Smolder's fan art. Is it actually Smolder's? Really? Wait, what? You're right, it is 3.9k. What the fuck? I didn't realize that, dude. Wow, man, that fucking sucks. You saying that if I want to grow on Twitter, I have to draw more League of Legends art? What do I have to draw? I have to draw Baldur's Gate artwork, League of Legends fan art. What else? Baldur's Gate, League, anime. What else do I need to do? Because no one will ever give a shit about original artwork on Twitter, right? That's a stream thing. So we need to do. Also, these thumbnails are starting to bleed together for me, by the way. I'm starting to see this as one giant piece. Just so you know. Starting to see this as like one large landscape. Just bled together. You know, with different islands at different levels all floating through. League when Champion gets announced, it's fun time. What's the next? Do we have a preview or whatever? Do we know? Is there like a new? Is there a way to track this so I can get on the train like early enough? Because I take a long time to make art, right? Which sucks. I'm not the kind of artist that can get like a little sketch done in like 20-30 minutes or whatever, or like an hour. I spend a lot of time on art, and that's not a good thing either. That's not me bragging or whatever. Like, oh, I'm so detailed and I spend all of my time on my artwork. No, it's like it takes me way longer than it should to make art. So I'm concerned. I worry that I won't be able to get into the, you know, like I need like a social media liaison to be like, Evan, there's a new game. You need to do art for it. It's called Palaworld. Yeah, it's the new Pokemon game. You need to do a hot Gardevoir for Palaworld. Dude, oh my god, I should just draw Pokemon and hashtag Palworld. Oh my god, I should just draw fucking Pikachu and like Eevee like in a field together. And then just title it. So I decided to finally get on the Palworld fan art train. Hashtag Palworld. Hashtag fan art. Oh my god. It's genius. It's perfect. I trolled the League of Legends fan art. I should just troll Palworld as well. Oh god. Busy. Tell me what the newest trends are. Tell me when I need to get on a new trend. I don't see anything trending on Twitter on like hashtags or whatever. Besides like, oh, Final Fantasy Rebirth. Ooh, wait, that's a game. Wait, that's a game. I could do Final Fantasy artwork. Who's the best character that I should do fan art for in Final Fantasy? Probably Tifa, right? It's got to be Tifa. It just has to be Tifa at this point, right? Yeah, I could do it. Ooh, okay. I have probably like a week to do that, to get in on it. February 29th. Okay, so hold on. So check it out. The world will be saved, but will you? Final Fantasy VII Rebirth launches February 29th. Play the free demo on PlayStation 5 today at hashtag FF7R. So I have until the end of February to create some Final Fantasy. I probably do a week into March, maybe 2 weeks into March. I have 1 month, almost 1 month practically, to create Final Fantasy VII fan art. Has to be Tifa, right? What if I combined mediums? What if I did Tifa and Shadowheart together? Hit both categories, both tags, hashtag Baldur's Gate, hashtag FF7R. Would this be my most liked tweet ever? This is a new one. The mother of Mel. You mean Mel from? Oh yeah, she's where's she from? Fucking Noxus? Is she the Noxus warlord, whatever? Or what? Wait, was it Noxus? I forget, man. Shit. Yeah, she was dope. I liked her character design. I don't remember if she had any weapons though. Did she carry any actual weaponry with her? Can I draw her holding like a giant sword or like a fucking gun or whatever? I need to know what kind of weaponry to be able to pose. But I should absolutely do. Push daggers. Oh, that's so lame. Oh my god, that's so fucking lame. Oh. Do we know her name? Because could I be like, hey, I fixed so-and-so's character design by giving her a giant sword? Is that the way to go? Is that the play? Fix your character design, gave her a giant sword. Here you go. Tifa absolutely on one hand Tifa on the other Sephiroth. I don't like that you're right, but I know you're right. So, yeah. This is genius, but also the amount of power that the fan art would doom the planet to a nuclear winter. Do I unleash? Do I do Tifa X Shadowheart fan art as cat girls in my anime style? Do we truly doom the world? Ambessa Medarda. Perfect. Ambessa. I like it. We know her name now. So I can be like, yo, I fixed Ambessa's design. I gave her a giant sword. There you go. I'll just draw her holding like a giant fucking like Garen sword, but like a Noxian. She is Noxian, right, Thorkin? I give her like a giant Noxian great sword. And I'm like, I fixed her design. I made the new Darius meta. You know, she does show with a sword, and yes, Noxian. Okay, perfect. Ambessa Medarda. Oh, that's right. I could draw her just naked bathing, getting a massage, like she was in Arcane. Yeah, I could just do this for fan art. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, I forgot about that. Thank you, Arcane, for that. I appreciate it. You know, dude, I think Mel is my favorite character design from Arcane. I love this character. I think she's so cool. I want Mel to be a league champ. Please, Evan, I'm begging you to do it. All right, Wapo, I could either do your character or I can do half naked bathing Ambessa. I only have time for one. I'm not drawing your character in the tub, or I'm not drawing your character massaging half naked Ambessa in the tub. Okay, that's too far for me. The second, please. Okay, all right. You could be the bathwater. Okay. Do Kate Sith? Is Kate Sith gonna get any love? I feel like Kate Sith is a very niche character, right? I don't know if fan art of Kate Sith would get me all that far. And the design's kind of meh. I mean, it's easy. It'd be fun. It'd be easy to do a quick little sketch, but I don't know. If I draw Kate Sith, will I be accused of being a furry? Caramel is S tier, to be fair. The entire design is S tier. I bought Ella. I bought Mel's necklace, her armillary sphere, for Ella for Christmas as like an Astral Sage thing. I don't know if there's a picture of it, but yeah, I don't see a picture. But they do have on Rocklove. They have Mel's earrings. Where is it? Where it? Yeah, so I got her this armillary sphere because it's kind of Astral Sagey. But I was considering buying Mel's earrings as well for her because these are kind of dope. Dude, maybe I should buy them for me. I just got studs in, but I could do danglies. You think I could Guap, you think I could pull off danglies? What do you think? I could do danglies, couldn't I? Maybe. Yeah, that's sick. Her character design is dope. I'm like 3 years sober from League. I used to play so much, but it bring with the worst meat. Yeah, I don't really play League anymore. I don't know. I'm too competitive when I play video games, but I can't take a video game casually, like a competitive video game casually. I just can't do it, you know? I either need to be like super invested in it or like not at all. Which kind of blows. But my friends got me to like demanded that I download League of Legends to play with them, but they don't actually want to play with me. Because they're like, Evan, come play League of Legends with us. And I'm like, okay, I'll come play League of Legends with you. They're like, great, you're gonna queue up Summoner's Rift with us? I'm like, nah, man, let's play Aram. You know, they're like, oh, I don't play Aram. And I'm like, okay, no biggie, I guess. And they're like, Evan, hey, you still haven't played League of Legends with us. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I'm just not really feeling, you know, that I'm not really feeling Summoner's Rift. And they're like, dude, League of Legends is not about the game. It's about spending time with your friends, having fun with them on voice chat and hanging out. And I'm like, oh, so why do you refuse to play Aram then? I got some hypocritical friends. Saying it's about spending time with your friends, but refusing. I meet you halfway. All right? You want to play with me and play my games? All right, come play World of Warcraft. Come play Final Fantasy. No, you want to play League? All right, I'll play League with you. But let's play the game mode I want to play. All right? No, we're not doing that? Okay, it's not about the friendships. League players, man, I'm telling you, they're toxic, all of them. They're all toxic. I'm too old. But to me, Kate says is more well known than Ambessa. At least it would invoke more interest. I don't know. I think League of Legends players, when a new champion comes out, I don't think anything else can compare with it. I think that is an old take. If I didn't have a cat, I would get Dangles. Yeah, okay. I have a dog. Does that count? Actual cat. Jesus Christ. Don't play Aram with us. I'll play Aram with you. I know you would, Thorkin. But I play League super late at night. I play League when I'm done all my work at like 11 my time. If I'm staying up like late. So you've been asleep for like 2 hours at that point. I gotta figure out how to play League earlier in the day so we can play. I'm gonna play with anybody. Nope. I realized when my friends were all hypocritical sacks of shit, I uninstalled League again. Realized I wasn't gonna play with them, and so why bother? What happens, right? Sometimes you have good friends, sometimes you have hypocritical sacks of shit. I don't need them. Who needs friends when you have a dope house in Final Fantasy 14? That's right. Who needs friends when you have Baldur's Gate 3? Isn't that the reason why they made Baldur's Gate 3? So you can replace having no friends and not being able to play D&D with anybody with a video game? Isn't that the point of the game? That's how I'm using it. Honestly, Save, I don't hate Aram. Yeah, really. What's up, Steve? What's good? Yep. So I uninstalled it. I have no games on my computer right now except for I have World of Warcraft, but I don't really play it. I just have it so I can log in once a month and say, wow, that was cool, and then I can log out. I have Final Fantasy 14 installed, and that's it basically. Oh, I downloaded, dude. I got this VR game. This fucking Steam VR game called Star Wars Rogue Squadron VR. It's sick. I was never gonna buy this game full price. I was never ever gonna buy this game full price because it's $50. But it was on sale for $2. You bet your ass I bought that for $2. All right. I played 43 minutes yesterday. You can see it right there. 43 minutes. There you go. See, I play games. It was great. It was fun. I don't know how much I'll play it, but it was fun. You get to be an X-Wing. It's very cool. Made me motion sick. It was the first VR game to actually make me nauseous. So there you go. The same last Black Friday. That game is dope. It's fun, dude. Yeah, I don't know if it's worth $50 Canadian. I don't know if it's a full price game, but for a couple bucks, it's fun. You know, VR is still largely a novelty to me. I think I don't have a lot of like VR ambitions. Downloaded VR chat, and that was cursed, degenerate, terrifying. I don't know if I want to go back, to be honest. I went to this like bar in VR chat, so I was like, let me see what the most popular world is, and it was this like bar nightclub. And I go in, there's this like bouncer. They're like, hey, how old are you? I'm like, I'm old. They're like, are you at least 18? I'm like, yeah. What year were you born? 1990. All right, we'll let you in. What the fuck? Okay, thanks, bro. And I waddle inside to see profane things that I ought not have seen, but I saw anyway.
Visitors, how exciting!
I haven't been yet to the RP section of it. Yo, Dr. Foxme, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. What's going on? Welcome in, guys. Hope stream is good. Good to have you. What are we doing today? Last scene playing, just chilling. I dig it. Good to have y'all. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, and thank you, Kentucky Fried Tofu, for the follow. Oh, I appreciate that. And damn it, Dave. Wow, geez, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Wizards coming in hot. Oh shit. All right, what's up, guys? Good to have y'all. Welcome in, Raiders. You caught me in the middle of concept work for our new region of my D&D world. I'm gonna do another painting for it. We just finished a painting for the first starting area of my D&D game, and we're gonna do a painting for the next one. So you caught us in the thumbnail stage, which is always fun for me, at least, anyway. And thank you guys for the follow. Thank you Smite, for the follow as well. Thank you guys. How was stream? What were y'all doing? We chilling? I hear wizard things might have been happening, but I'm honored to have y'all stop by. Welcome to the guild. Good to have you. Hope y'all enjoy your stay. Yeah, wait, sorry, I think I missed a bunch of chat. $2 buying it out, 9% off is wild. It was, yeah, it was sick, dude. Definitely get it on Steam if you have a VR headset. Wizard Wednesdays, we were all getting high. Oh, okay, sick. Yeah, getting high and talking about wizards and shit. Yeah, that makes sense. I dig it. That's that's about right. It's your average D&D experience, I feel like, on Twitch. But I could be wrong, man. I don't know. People play D&D in different ways. Me, I just talk about dragons and drink soda, so I don't know. Been following for 2 years, 10 months. Yo, what's up? What's up, Liv? We're actually wizards? Oh, actually wizards. Okay. All right. Thank you for the clarification. Well, I don't know what that entails, but it sounds fucking dope, dude. Like, realistically, I'll be honest. But I do appreciate the raid again. Everyone from my stream, go over, drop a follow, send some love, say what's up. Thank you, mods, for doing the shout out. All right, I think I'm digging these concept pieces from above the like, I think the next three are gonna have the same, like, upper island thingy. You can have the shadows of like other islands on the bottom. I think that's probably the most successful way of doing it. But yeah, we were also just talking about VR games, because I just got my VR headset working online and shit. But first time VR chat, definitely regret it. Probably won't be going back anytime soon, unless I have, like, Fox or any of the friends want to get on and do some stuff. I have to figure out what you're supposed to do on VR chat, because it seems like most people that I saw just, like, stood around and like said mildly offensive things to each other. I saw two kids, like definitely sounded like kids, getting into a fight about which one was dumber, and they're both their avatars were both Peter Griffin. I was like, this is the peak VR chat experience, isn't it? This is peak experience, I think. You know, this is like what you. And then I went into the like the bar nightclub thing that I went into, like that world. I went through this like random door. I went through this random door, and it's like the bathroom, and there's this like chick bent over, and she's like, "Oh no, I'm stuck in the toilet. I need someone to help out." And I'm like, "I'm out. I'm gone. I'm out. I'm going to the next." I went through the next area. I went up this elevator or whatever, and I see like a guy in a banana suit, just like dancing seductively with like a skeleton man in a trench coat sitting next to him. I was like, what am I doing here, man? I need to get off. I need to go play Beat Saber. Why did I come here? Why did I spend part of my evening doing this shit? So what I want to find on VR chat are the D&D players. I want to find where the real nerd LARP shit is going on. That's what I want to find, because all I've found so far are kids yelling profanities and offensive things at each other, weird shit in nightclubs, and marketing Ponzi schemes. So yeah, I went to one digital club. Lots of little kids though. Yeah, you have to watch out for that. That's kind of annoying. Lots of lots of squeakers. God, there's the roving gangs of degenerates on there. I don't know how to avoid them though. I want to find my degenerates though, Kentucky. I need to find the D&D players. All right, I want to go into a VR chat and see like a dude, like some Gandalf ass looking wizard or whatever, being like, "Fair Moro, yon adventurer, how doth thine travel pursuit taketh you to thine cornerage of the great and mighty world of Tharangor." Like, that's what I want, man. Maybe I need to be the change in the world I need to see. I should just dress up as a wizard, find a wizard avatar, and just go around like RPing with people in like nightclubs. You know, just walk up people as like Gandalf and be like, "Do you have it secret? Did you keep it safe? Is it secret from the eyes of the Stalin Lord?" Like, what the fuck, man? Maybe I should just do that. Try and find my RPers, my DD players. Experience Back to the Future ride. So my avatar looks like a VR. Back to the Future ride. Is that like a world that I can search up in VR chat? Like, do I just search like Back to the Future or something? Because I played like a couple games in VR chat that were really cool. They were like, "Hey, you're new to VR chat. You should do this icebreaker game." And I'm like, "Okay." And it's actually pretty cool. I was like, this is cool tech. I would have lost my life if there was VR chat when I was in high school. I wouldn't have done anything else. I would have stayed there. I would have dressed up as a scantily clad anime girl and just wandered around playing games in VR. And then I would have found a D&D group in VR chat. But I gotta figure out, maybe I need to like search for like D&D VR chat discords or whatever and try and find where they hang out. There was one D&D VR chat thing that I was aware of like a couple years ago, but it was associated with a Twitch streamer that got canceled, like Uber canceled. And I don't know if they're still a thing anymore. I forget what the VR chat like world was called or whatever. It was like Red something or something. I don't know. Just search D&D. Can you search like D&D in VR chat for worlds, or do you have to find worlds like outside of VR chat? Because I was told that you can only find good stuff like discords and communities and stuff outside of VR chat. You can't really search in VR chat for those kind of communities. You have to be like invited to one. You have to like join a Discord and then like apply to join their cool VR chat world where they, I don't know, talk about wizards and dragons and shit. What's up, Catadoom? Good to see you. Loading VR chat to get some worlds. Yeah, hit it. Hit it. I want to know. I feel like if I hang around normie VR chat, you know, like I went to this cool aquarium and there were these two kids that were definitely too young to be on VR chat, yelling at each other over who was cooler, Kai Cenat or Gideon. I was like, I'm not normie enough for this. I don't watch enough YouTube. Okay, I don't know. I feel like I'm out of touch. I'm out of touch, man. All right, 2 more with the islands. Let's actually let's do something like this one up in the corner here, with like the island kind of coming down off of the north, or off the top, with some like deep cloud coverage. We'll explore from like a slightly top down, I don't know, weird horizon line thing here, I guess. There's Balmora Morrowind, Magic Heist, Adventurous Tavern, Drunken Dragon. We should probably bring some friends to these worlds. Damn it! I need to have friends for VR chat. Why does Balmora sound familiar? What is that? That's a reference to something, isn't it? Balmora. Isn't that a big castle? Balmora. Or Balmoral or Balmora? Balmora, isn't that a castle? Or like a town in Morrowind or whatever? Oh, it's a town. Okay, yeah. I haven't been to Morrowind in a long time. I had to refresh myself, all right. Magic Heist is a game? I'll try like, yeah. I think there's cool like escape rooms and shit in VR chat, so If there's like a D&D one or a fantasy one, I will absolutely give Magic Heist a try. But does that one you need to bring like a group with you, or is there like matchmaking? Like, can you go there and like find a room of people that are about to start a game? Like I said, I have one friend that plays VR chat, and she said she would invite me to their cool, super special like private club or whatever. But I haven't talked to her in a couple months, so. Got an ad? Ah, shit. I'm sorry. Ads suck on Twitch. My bad. I have to go to lunch, but Balmora is a planet in Star Wars. Madge, people leave? That's what took Dashto to leave? In a fit of anger? Jesus. What a baby. Holy shit. What a little crybaby. God. You think he'd fit well in as a Genshin streamer. Don't worry, that was funny to somebody. Balmora's also castle in Scotland. Yeah. That's what I was thinking of, but I was trying to think of like the fantasy equivalent of Balmora. Balmoral Castle. That's like the one that the fucking king goes to in Scotland, right? That's where the queen spent her summers. Yeah. That's where our queen spent her summers. Castle Balmoral. Look at all that ivy, man. That's fantasy as shit. There it is. That's where our king goes now. Where he spends his does his king things in the middle of the summer in Scotland. That's gotta be so offensive to Scottish people. That the English king just gallivants his way up into your country. Whenever he wants. Oh well. He's my king too. Why applications in Spanish? What? Why would they be in Spanish? I once had my like Twitch like notifications in French, but I figured that was like me because I was traveling. I thought they might think that I was traveling further east in Canada. Spanish doesn't make sense though. And indeed, that's where she died. Yeah. I knew Balmora was like honestly, I couldn't remember if it was a Skyrim thing or a Harry Potter thing. How to make Skyrim nerds mad or Elder Scrolls nerds mad. Morrowind, is that a Harry Potter place? Oh man, they're seething. Nothing gets Skyrim fans madder than or Elder Scrolls fans madder than confusing a location in Skyrim or Morrowind or whatever with somewhere else from a lesser fantasy, in their opinion. There's a Hogwarts VR 2 or a World 2, but it's not done yet. That would be sick, actually. That'd be a crazy big map and a crazy cool one to explore. I did like exploring. I found this like Jujutsu Kaisen like temple or whatever. There was just this cool place to like run around and explore. That to me, I think is the potent part of VR chat. Like it would be sick to make like a part like a guild hall for like TDC for our Twitch guild, in VR chat. That'd be really dope. I don't know. It'd take a lot of work, but it'd be fun. What is a Morrowind? I don't know. Some nerd shit, probably. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. Talk about a creature I'm homebrewing? Absolutely. I love hearing about creatures that are going to TPK the party, ideally. Or not. You can be nice. I don't know. I think that you should support your local D&D artists and TPK your party often. You know? Like, how else are artists going to get commissions for D&D creatures if they don't get their parties TPK'd often, right? It's a necessary, unfortunate but necessary part of the process for artists, is to have DMs agreeing and aligning with them on these moral issues. All the worlds you can fly around on brooms too. That seems sick. Flight in VR is insane. It's such a weird feeling. I didn't really do much with my VR headset for a long time. I have a pretty old one. I have a Rift 2. I really want to get a wireless one because when I'm playing Beat Saber, it gets kind of annoying. But I didn't do anything with my VR headset for like a year and a half. It's just been sitting there on my like beside my computer. But I finally reinstalled Oculus and did all that shit. Reinstalled all my Beat Saber maps. I've been enjoying it. I don't know what possibly could have like persuaded me to try VR chat. I knew it'd be degenerate. I've watched VR chat streamers before. I knew what to expect, but like there was something like morbid curiosity in me that just like needed to find out for myself. I needed to see it firsthand. I needed to know. Dude, I wonder if I can get a VR chat avatar of Withers from Baldur's Gate. That would be fucking sick. If I go around LARPing like Withers in like nightclubs and shit. Adventure Tavern and the Drunken Dragon are both VR worlds for guilds and very much what you're looking for. All right, Adventures Tavern and the Drunken Dragon. I'm gonna check both those out actually tonight. I would like bet. I'm gonna check both of them out. We're called Doves. Ooh, it's a paragraph. Can we get through this? That's pretty cool. I dig that. That's a cool creature. I like interesting monsters. I think they add flavor to the games that I don't know. They add a uniqueness to homebrew games that I feel like Wizards of the Coast is so safe and careful when homebrewing, or sorry, when brewing monsters, that I always think that homebrewing is like the end game for monsters. Because you can do crazy shit and you're not gonna have people be like whining at you like, ooh, this is imbalanced. So you can do like really weird things like that. I dig that. It's like my favorite thing to think about for homebrewing D&D is the monsters. You know? You feel me? I like what I like. Adventure Tavern also has a ton of WoW avatars. I'm a WoW player at heart. Not that I play really much anymore, but I still identify as a WoW player. I'm like waiting for War Within to play again. And I'll play for a couple of months really hardcore, and then I probably won't touch it until the next patch. Or longer, I don't know. But yeah, it'd be sick actually finding like a WoW community on VR chat. My kind of degens. Bunch of unwashed, sweaty raiders. My family. My people. It's the one thing I don't get out of my like Twitch friend groups. There's no WoW players. I met one friend that's a WoW player on Twitch, and it's Thorkin. A couple friends have tried WoW, but none are like identified as WoW players, I think, besides Thorkin. So I need to go to find like a WoW RP server on VR chat. That'd be the ultimate, I think. Creatures Lime Dark Vision Resistant. You think I should add Radiant Resistance? I don't know. I think I think they're pretty good as it is. I don't know how much radiant damage you're gonna really worry about unless you're expecting to throw it at a lot of paladins or not. But yeah, it sounds pretty powerful as it is. I like the vibe of it. We're telling me literally must be off. Have a good time with the art. All right, take care, my friend. Be good. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get a Withers avatar. I'm just gonna walk around VR chat LARPing as Withers. It's gonna be fucking sick. I gotta find like a script of things that I can say to people. And learn to say dumb words like didst. The more I talk about it, the more I miss Baldur's Gate 3. Fuck. I don't know what to do, man. I'm just bummed at this point. I can't let myself play an honor mode or do an honor mode playthrough, right? I just can't. I can't allow myself to spend another 100 hours in Baldur's Gate. I don't even know what my end for like Steam stats say. How many hours did I play? Let's see. I played. Where's Baldur's Gate? I played 181 hours of Baldur's Gate 3. I don't think I can morally allow myself to do another playthrough. Even if it takes me half as much time. Still. You know. Even if it takes me like 90 hours to complete. I don't know, man. I don't know if I can morally allow myself to play more than... oh, God. But I guess if I don't get a new game for like 6 months, probably fine. Yeah, I don't know, man. Oh, God, I want to. But it's also 140 gigs to reinstall it just to then maybe play it. No, I'll hold off for now. I'll hold off for now, okay? I'll be good. I'll be disciplined. Be well behaved. That's what I'm gonna do. All right. One more concept here. We need one more thumbnail, and we'll find the best one that we like the most. Okay. Checking they are actually weak for CR5, but I think you might be right. That'd be fine. It feels pretty good for CR5. I don't know. I'm not the best with challenge rating in 5th ed, but it feels pretty good. I don't know. Different character could be good. I don't know. Like I feel like all the things that I would want to see like, oh, well, what happens if you take control of whatever at the end, or if you let like this person die, or if you let this person make a different decision. I kind of feel like I would rather just watch the cutscene. You know, like I'd rather just watch, like, spend a couple of hours on YouTube watching all the different like things that could happen, as opposed to playing through the entire game again just to see those different things. You know. That seems like a lot of time to spend for that, but maybe it's worth it. I don't know. Let's do another one with the foreground, actually. Okay, our last one, let's do a little bit different. We'll do another foreground piece. We'll do something more framed, sort of like our Gates of the Eldari piece we did. I gotta find a name for that painting, too. I don't know what. The big, satisfying, fluffy cloud. Fucking love drawing clouds, man. Draw a big, nice, pretty cloud. And we'll frame it. We'll draw some, like, zoomed out, smaller, like, little floating islands, kind of, like, cutting across. Will do. Try a more linear thing here. We're kind of trying to find, like, we sort of have the vibe in mind we want since the very beginning, and I just want to try one that's like completely out of left field, not even the same. You can do thumbnails for like kind of two different reasons. You can do thumbnails to try and find very vastly different like approaches, which is like what I haven't done today, or you can try and refine one sort of approach, one sort of vibe, which is more what we're doing today. So and then as long as we have sort of our cloud cover or sky at the bottom, It's a little bit ambiguous as to whether or not we're over water, but or anything like that, or a body of land, but we can kind of play it off, I guess. And we'll do like no real foreground, actually. Change my mind on that. Very much just a well, actually, maybe let's try a foreground, actually. Let's not count that out. A little rune or something on it. Have it like kind of intersecting this piece of land a little bit. And then we have sky and cloud to the bottom portion. That's kind of fun, actually. I like that. Let's develop it a little bit more and see where we can get. See which one we like the most. Because I think I'm not going to do another page off stream. I think I really want to pick which one's the nicest one and paint it out. After I stretch. Go heavily modeled Baldur's Gate 3 with tons of character customizations. Well, I looked on Nexus mods and I didn't really find any like really like, I don't know. I didn't find any really game defining mods that really changed things. It's like quality of life stuff for the most part. You know, it's like better storage, quality of life. More clothing options, quality of life. Transmog, quality of life. Smoother combat, quality of life. You know, chest adjustments, quality of life. It's just the important stuff you want to add into the game. No, I didn't really see anything that really changed it, you know, in a way that I was like, man, this would be a completely different playthrough, right? Maybe I could be persuaded to play a tactician playthrough with more more characters. That's the only thing that I can really think of is like a big like game changer, right? It's cool. I don't want to try that. Randomized magic item drops. Part of me really wants to go sign up class and see what Unearthed Arcana was all about. That'd be a cool idea, actually. Yeah. Right now, I'm going to finish one of my 3 existing Act 3 games. Yeah, you probably want to finish one first. I don't know. My other weakness, like, can't fly for long at a time because these bonus actions start flying. Don't know how long is too long. I don't know. I think when when I'm building a monster and I want to give it a flight speed, I think it's just easier to give it a flight speed. And just like you'll ground it once in a while, like it'll have a reason to ground, or like you give it an ability it needs to be grounded for. But it's easier sometimes to just give it a flight speed and then ground it when you need to, you know? It's one of those things where you can sort of add the intent as well if other people are going to be playing the monster or whatever. Say like, hey, you want to like to run this creature properly or whatever, you want to ground it once in a while to allow for players to sort of like you can build it in mechanically, but the nice thing with D&D is you can also build it in thematically. You can just say like, yeah, it's intended this creature will ground once in a while. It's like, okay. You don't have to like necessarily limit its ability to do other stuff. You can, I mean, make it really simple and really sweet and, you know, really polished and shiny and all those things and smooth to run. But you can also just like kind of list intent, you know what I mean? And people either get it or they don't. And like that's the way I'm building my adventure. I'm going to be listing like intent for certain things, but not like necessarily like limitations on what it can actually do. Do you have game-changing mods? There's one which activates hidden companions' dialogues if you pick them as your main character. Ooh, really? Like, is there a lot of that kind of stuff? So I thought when you picked a companion character, like start as Gale or whoever, that there wasn't much like new stuff like that was there besides just like occasional stuff that you can look up on YouTube. You know, you could look up like the major like Gale moments if you're like main character Gale on YouTube. It's like a 10-minute video or whatever. Like I was surprised how little you couldn't act like how little there was that you could miss in the playthrough. It's like let's say you let like your dude ascend, so you let him ascend or not, and you can figure out the dialogue for the cutscene for the other thing that you didn't choose. was like pretty accessible. Like you didn't have to, it's not like you were missing hours of content or like every dialogue choice later is different. It doesn't really change anything, you know, which is, you know, fine, I guess. It's not like a big deal. But I don't know. Maybe there's a lot. You could have, after 2 rounds, it needs to spend 2 more rounds on the ground to regain its strength. For like a character needs to do X amount of damage to make the creature land. Having limited movement while grounded. If it's a flyer, it moves. That moves more used to the sky. Yeah, you definitely could. Like the way I will ground creatures is if I have like a let's say I had a creature that was a wyvern or something, right? I would make taking off a bonus action, let's say, right? So it needs to use a bonus action to take off, or it needs to spend its movement to take off, something like that. I'd make taking off like a resource that it needs to like not so that you take away your action altogether, but that you need to somehow plan for it to actually like lift off once in a while. But when it's lifted off, it just gets a flight speed. The reason why you want to come down to the ground is I would limit like certain attacks to be like, you know, to do this like proper claw attack. Like it has this like really big claw goring attack, but it uses its like wing claws to do it. So it needs to land first, and then it can do its like goring like double attack or whatever, you know, and then it's on the ground, it's stuck, and then it needs to like take off next turn again. That you can't just like, you know, have it fly over, do its best attack, and fly away, right? So that's the way I usually balance it, because I don't like to have things like, oh, it can only fly for like, you know, 3 turns or like 80 feet or however long you want to list it, because sometimes like also thematically, you know, if you have like a creature that you limit their flight time, then you kind of limit the like the believability of the creature in certain ways. Like imagine you like for that wyvern, instead of having it like need to ground for its attacks, I just said, oh, it can fly for, you know, 5 rounds or 2 rounds or whatever. It's like, well, then how is this thing really gonna fly around the world? It's got like wings. Like, I don't know, man. And I always find those kind of like weird like lore believability interaction things to be more I don't know, more problematic than the mechanical idea of it, you know. Or if I'm building a creature, I will also just sometimes like ground the creature and just play the creature grounded for fairness once in a while. And it's like, okay, that works for you, Evan, because you made the creature. But what if you had made it posted online and someone else is going to use the creature? My hot take in D&D is I try and like have this like, you need to be like this intelligent to jump over the bar for like playing my homebrew content, you know. And it's kind of like a mean thing to say, but it's kind of a funny, like, I think it's a funny way of sort of addressing the idea of like, I'll have a paragraph in underneath a character. If I'll say I have a character that I'm writing for adventure, and I'll have this the description for the DM that reads the players like, this character is a, you know, kind of gruff, tough on the surface, grizzled old war veteran that is now, you know, the head of the town guard, and is very standoffish with outsiders and whatnot. You know, I'll have a paragraph under that's for the DM that's after the description that'll say something like it is intended that the players can convince him to help them uncover the mystery of the town, right? I don't want to have like, you need to succeed a DC 15 persuasion or a DC 20 deception or a DC 10 intimidation, whatever it is, right? To get this character to help you out. Like I'll say to the DM, it's intended that the players convince this guy somehow to help them out. And some people don't like that because they're like, well, but I don't know, man, how are they supposed to convince him? It's like, I don't know, you need to be at least a little bit competent at D&D to run this adventure then. Like, I'm not gonna list every single possibility of what needs to happen for this, like, the story to progress. You need to have a little bit of your own, like, maybe the players make a really convincing case about like, oh, hey, don't you have like children? Don't you want to have a safe town for them? And the DM is like, what's the DM gonna do? Sit there saying like, oh god, they didn't say they're doing a persuasion check, so I guess he doesn't care? Like, no, you just have him be like, oh, that's a pretty good reason. Like, you as the DM, when you feel the players have convinced him, then the NPC helps him out. I'll treat monsters the same way. I'll say like it's intended for this creature to the play style of this creature is to fly between players. Taking it after opportunity attacks is fine because the creature is very durable, has the health to withstand it, or the AC or whatever. It's intended this creature will fly to another player, attack them, and then get distracted and fly to the person who's done the most recent thing or whatever. And I'll have little little notes in there for how to run this creature, because it's like you program the creature in a video game to have a certain behavior, and that makes the creature interesting. In D&D, it's like we forgot that. Like, you can add in the line of code, the behavior line, underneath the creature's description of what they do. It's like, so often in D&D, you read the monster manual and you have to have this insight into D&D, which not a lot of people have, to be honest. Like this is I think a barrier of entry for a lot of DMs. This is like a weird gatekeeping thing. Like, you can show me or any experienced player, any experienced DM, the mechanics of a creature, and you can understand the intent behind how this creature plays when you're in combat. When it was written, you understand, oh, this guy has a lot of AC, but a lot of movement, so obviously he's supposed to be moving around a lot. Or this guy doesn't have a lot of AC, but he has extra bonus actions and disengage and all this other stuff and whatever. Okay, cool. So you're kind of supposed to do a hit and run. I don't get why they can't, why wizards and why homebrewers can't just put in a little intended, hey, you're supposed to have this guy, he comes out in combat, he's supposed to raise up his 4 minions, and the 4 minions are supposed to split up and go find 4 different players. 4 different frontline or closest to them players. If there's an opening to get to a player, they're supposed to go to that player and kind of harass that player while the necromancer casts his ritual magic, whatever it is. It's like, why don't you just say that? Why don't you just list a little thing there? Because you know how many new DMs would read that and be like, oh, okay, cool, and would feel way more comfortable and empowered to run combat if you have a little sort of line of creature behavior. And so you don't need to say oh, well, it can only fly for this long, or it can only burrow for this long, and he needs to come up for air every. It's like, just say, yeah, he burrows in the ground, and then find somebody across the map that's far away, and makes an attack on them while unburrowing. It's like, I think it'd be way better if a lot of people, and I do this for my own homebrew stuff when I publish stuff like that, like monster stats. I don't know. Maybe it's an unpopular opinion, I think, and I don't get why. I don't get what the big rationale against it is. Besides people who'd be like, oh, but what? People will be so dumb that they'll be like, oh, but what if there's not 4 players then? What am I supposed to do with the 4th minion? You said the minions rise up and they find the 4 nearest players to go harass, one each. It's like, I don't know, if there's 3 players, 2 minions go to the tank player, right? 1 minion sits around and grabs his ass. Maybe he only raises 3 minions. I don't know, figure it out yourself. You're an accomplished, smart person who's played games before. You don't need me to make this entire monster idiot proof, right? I don't know. That's such a weird thing that people get hung up on, but maybe it's a Reddit D&D take that the vocal minority has a problem of. I don't know. Yeah, talk to the NPC. Hating players say, I try to add charisma this character. I'm like, okay, the DC is 30. You can roll, you fail, you talk. Yeah, it's. I don't know. It's a weird sort of thing to get your players to talk to NPCs, and I worry about running adventures or writing adventures for people to run like that. I thought about a lot for the one that I'm writing right now, the first Eldarin adventure. How to make this you want to make it accessible. So in some ways, you almost want to make it accessible to the lowest common denominator. And it's a really harsh, rude way to put it. But the lowest common denominator of DM that will want to run the adventure, you need to make it you need to make it simple for the dumbest person. Is a thing that a game designer that I know said about their game. That's not a TTRPG, it's a video game. But I kind of feel like you want to make it as simple and easy and approachable as you can without compromising. So there needs to be a floor with D&D and TTRPGs. A certain amount of you kind of have to know how to the intent for this encounter is that the players will get the information out of this guy. Here's a couple of ideas of hooks. Maybe this guy can be gives off signs that he is easily bought off, right? But I'm not gonna write Baldur's Gate style dialogue that the DM can read and just be like, How do you respond to that? You know, it's kind of weird to me. I don't have an insight how the creatures are supposed to play. It doesn't help that I pick monsters without looking too much into it. Yeah, I mean, I feel like if there's a little thing in there that said, like, here's how this monster's supposed to play, you get more interesting mechanics. But I also do a lot of mechanics that are going to confuse people, right? In Horizon, I'm going to have weird mechanics that don't really work for D&D, right? Like charge up attacks. You know, like the monster like rears back and begins like facing the spines on his back forward and starts like shaking like he's getting ready to do something, you know. And then like there's hardly anything that works like charge up attacks or something like that, or like telegraph. But I think that combat in D&D really benefits from looking at video games and trying to find out what are really cool boss fight mechanics that you can bring into a TTRPG. That like the reason why Wizards doesn't print boss like really interesting, like in my opinion interesting, but let's not say that they're uninteresting. But Wizards prints a lot of safe mechanics that are very obvious and easy to understand how they mechanically run in a game. But I think if you make your thing a little bit less safe, a little bit less obvious, and require a little bit of interpretation, or risk 10% of your players misunderstanding how it works, you open yourself up to being able to do crazy cool shit, you know. And I think higher of people who run D&D, where I want to give them more of that like benefit of the doubt that they can figure out how this mechanic is supposed to work. If I write even in a 10th thing, like this guy's supposed to charge up, so you need to telegraph to your players that he's about to blast this area with like razor spines. However you want to telegraph that, you know, if your players aren't getting the message, you might want to, like you have one player that's just like, oh, I'm just going to stand here and cast guidance on myself. And you're like, okay, Jeremy, you get the sense by how this creature's posed and poised that they're about to launch a barrage of just spines all over the battlefield. And they're like, oh, I should probably move then. And you're like, if you want, you don't have to. You can forego your movement to do some shit. I'm not telling you how to play the game, but that's like, you get the impression that's what's going to happen. You know, all the rats around you scatter or something. Most people become so comfortable with gaming alone, and D&D is a social event. Yeah, but I think those moments of like a lot of times combat's boring because there's no interesting moments that happen, no interesting mechanics, right? I kind of want to bring that back a little bit, you know, without obviously changing the theme of the game, making it not a social experience anymore. Like two different ways to get the information. How so? One way through the NPC, another way the same information is stolen from someone. Yeah, you can definitely like I will say things in the adventure, Atari, like give the party the impression, like, okay, here's an actual example. I have it written into my first draft of Horizon that when the players reach Horizon for the first time and they're socializing with the locals, whether it's other passengers or shop owners or people about the town, it's a good opportunity to give the impression that the locals, that the common folk of Horizon are really in favor of Luna as their leader. She's very popular with the locals. I don't have it listed. I have a couple of examples. You know, the examples are like, you know, they could, someone could be getting free building materials that Luna okayed for the construction of their new bakery or something like that. Like a couple of examples of ways that Luna's helped people out, but I'm going to leave it in the GM's hands to figure out how they want to convey that information. It's important to the story that the players know that Luna is like a trustworthy character. The reason is because Luna is the first, like Lady Aralace is the first NPC that is your interface with Eldara, with the entire world. I want the first like one of Luna's descriptive features is that you can see her, like the first thing you notice about her from across the room is her radiant smile. Right? And like that's very important, is that she's supposed to be this welcoming figure that the players immediately can get attached to and feel like they can kind of like grab onto as like a safe NPC, you know, like your Professor Oak of the adventure, right? You find your first introduction to the world is not some grimdark slapping of the hand and, you know, whatever. Your first introduction to Eldara is a pretty you know, wholesome, uplifting character. And that's important to convey to the character, to the players, so that we can contrast the sort of the darkness that is approaching Horizon. And you're like, oh shit, I don't want to let Horizon fall, because you already have good feelings associated with it via their leader, the head of Horizon, being like. And so it's important that the DMs convey that. I mean, it's not like crucial, but it's like it's important-ish to the story. But how the DM chooses to do that, I'm kind of giving the DM a lot of rope. Like, I don't think my adventure's gonna be very good for people that just don't want to try at all. Like, they just want the adventure to read everything. Like, flip to page 4 if the players choose to go in the inn. Flip to page 6 if the players choose to, you know, hit on the barmaid or whatever. But maybe it's not a popular way of doing adventures. I'll see. Like I don't know. Maybe it's be an awful way. I won't know until after Horizon comes out, until people say they either love it or hate it, which I'm nervous for, man. Anyway, you can move to the next phase of the adventure. Yeah, and what I'll probably say is, like, this is an important piece of information. So if your players don't get it in this encounter, find a way before they leave Horizon for them to find out this thing. Whether it's overhearing a conversation or whatever. And sometimes you can kind of, like, as a GM, you can always, like, shoehorn something in where you're like, the players are supposed to like be told of the magnificent runes beyond the horizon, or Horizon Colony, or whatever it is. And if they go to the shopkeeper that talks about this thing when they're getting their quest, they just like bombard the shopkeeper and try and hit on them, and then they just leave. And you're like, as the GM, you're like, I didn't get them to tell them this important piece of information. Shit. It's like, okay, then have, like, you know, hey, so while you're in the tavern asking for the tavern is busy and bustling. It's full of people coming and going. It's about midday, so it's lunchtime. A lot of people have, like, sort of, you know, put their work down for the afternoon to come get a hearty meal. For some who've risen late, it's their first meal of the day. There's, like, you know, music in the atmosphere. There's conversation, and you overhear a couple of dwarves talking about these grand runes beyond the city. It's like you can always get that information in somehow. Maybe it's good to have a couple of examples of how to do that. But I don't know. I just feel like I don't want to hold hands too hard when I'm doing this adventure. I want to give you like a framework and like all the resources to run the adventure, like all the maps and the magic items and the general plot and the monsters and all this stuff and the art. But kind of like I really expect people's experience in Horizon to be very different depending on what kind of DM they have and who, you know, like, also I'll encourage GMs running Horizon, add in other NPCs that you see fit to help the adventure. If your party is a little understaffed, you know, and you want this adventure's, you know, balanced for 4 to 5 players for the mechanics. If you've only got 3 players, add in an NPC, someone that goes with them on the adventure, that can be a combat buddy, that maybe knows a little bit about the region, that is, you know, I don't know the way to do it, but God, I hope it goes well. Oh God, what if people hate it? What am I gonna do if people hate it? I'm never gonna be able to show my face on Twitch again. I'm stressed. I'm stressed and hungry. That's a tough combination. The last thumbnail. I like it too, Thorkin, but I think I'm gonna go with I'm kind of set on I need to walk away from this for a while to then come back and see which one I like the most. I think I like number 5 or number 8 the most. I like these two the most, the middle two and the bottom. The thing I like with this one is I like well, okay, maybe 6 actually. So either one of these. Actually, I think I'm gonna change my mind. I think I like 6 more. But the things that I like about 6 is I like a lot of the chunks and debris, but I can always do that with this one. So it's like which general silhouette do I like the most? And I think I like the clouds wrapping around the back of this sort of like long island than around the front. So I like the way it kind of like almost forms like as like a ship or whatever, and then you see another island down here, nothing in the foreground. So probably this one, maybe with the foreground added to it, or this one. This one's like top down. You're looking like down. You're looking like down towards our little perspective arrow. You're looking like down towards the land as opposed to up into the sky. You know. Play before team to learn how to DM. Yeah, exactly. We're doing a fire subclass for like a year, and I love the mechanics for it. It's gonna be so fun using it against my players. You're gonna make it a combat challenge. That's dope. I've never really thought about making like subclasses as a specific encounter for my players. That's a cool idea though. I like that. Any DM will naturally make those changes. I hope so, but I feel like a lot of the feedback I got early on in this like writing adventure Atari was people saying things like, oh well, how is somebody gonna know if you don't tell them? It's like a lot of people were very like, I don't know how to describe it, Atari. You know what it's like? It's like if you mispronounce something on Twitch. It's like, imagine I mispronounced the word automobile, and I'm like, oh yeah, I went to get the automobile, and then I went to the store, and then I did the thing. Every once in a while you have somebody in chat be like, the what, sorry? And like, the what, yeah, the automobile. And I'm like, what? Like, yeah, you said the automobile. And I'm like, yeah. Oh, you mean the automobile? And it's like, oh, did you know what I mean? Oh, so you knew what I meant. So you knew the intent of what I was trying to say. Right? So you're not that dumb. They're like, well, I'm just saying somebody might not know. Somebody might have thought you meant the automobile. And it's just like, you understand the intent of like what somebody's trying to do with like writing in D&D or homebrewing or whatever it is. But like, I got a lot of feedback for like that variety early on. Like, how are, hey man, how are people gonna know that, you know, that there's like a reason to save Horizon unless you give them a treasure chest at the end of it or whatever? You know, that kind of like, you have to make the game so stupidly obvious in some ways, the writing so blindingly obvious, that I think I fell into that trap and I got a little concerned by it. And I've kind of swung the other way now, where I'm like, you know what? No, fuck that. Like, people are gonna have to be like good DMs running this adventure are gonna know exactly what to do. Less experienced DMs are gonna need to stretch a little bit. It's gonna be a little bit of a guiding post for them, but they're gonna need to try a little bit. And I don't know, maybe that's not an idiot box text there optional. Yeah, I guess they could have that as a stretch goal. We could call it the idiot box text that we can do as a stretch goal for the first adventure, or for adventure episode 1. That's what are you trying to show? I'm trying to show the vastness of the Shattered Sea, Thorkin. That's the goal. A lot of modules in First Ed would tell you how monsters or characters they encountered would initially react, like attack on sight, convince the party to go somewhere. There's one module, I think, G1, there's only 6 pages, and told you have to improvise almost everything as the DM. Brothels are always the best place to get information. Somewhere there are always high government officials, royalty, captain of the guard, etc., who regularly visit them. I kind of like that. Like, I like a little bit of a mix in between, right? I want more like substance for like, I want to give you the substance. So like the magic shop. Here's like the person that runs the magic shop. You know, here's some stuff that you can get at the magic shop for your players. Here's like the way that they like, here's some that they, if your players ask them about the town, or you get an opportunity to give them some information, they can tell you about a little bit more about how this magic works or something like that, you know. But I don't want to like do dialogue. Like I don't read a lot of adventures. I'm intentionally trying not to read other adventures because I don't want to accidentally get influenced and then copy just like what is the standard fare, right? If people don't like Horizon and I want to do adventure episode, like the formal first adventure, like episode 1, because Horizon's the prologue, right? I want for the next adventure, if people are like, Evan, I really don't like the way you did this, it's just not fitting, like a lot of people don't like the way you wrote this, it's like, okay, fair, I'll normalize a little bit. But I kind of want to do like my first most honest take on writing an adventure, and I feel like there's like a kind of mixture of improvisation. Like, I don't know, do people expect that in adventures, for there to be like a ton of written dialogue, you know, for characters, not just like, hey, like obviously I'll have some written dialogue. Like when you initially meet a character, they might have a written, like if they have an opportunity to say something to you first, I might have a little written dialogue of like, here's a way you can introduce these characters to this person. But I don't really want to have like a ton of dialogue options, you know. Is that like kind of expected amongst adventures or not? Because that's the thing I worry about the most, you know. The adventure's written in all types of ways. Each DM has his own style, prefers out of a written module. TLDR, don't worry about it, it'll be perfect for someone. I hope so. I don't know, I just want enough people that want to play it to find something in it. Something out of serious, 3 boxes of text for each encounter. 1 is experience party or release guidance for good DMs to choose. The other boxes are filled with more and more detail they can read to stupid players or not. Yeah. That adds a ton of work into the adventure that I just that makes the adventure the scope of the adventure so wide that I don't know how I would like that's just a lot, you know. It's doable, but it would delay the adventure for sure. It would delay its release by a long time. TLDR, the subclass is a fighter called a soul lever. Okay, what is this? Who shoves out the soul of an enemy tied to the physical body and stationary. Hitting the soul deals bonus damage to the physical body, but if the enemy moves away, the connection between the body and soul breaks, it takes some damage. And there are abilities like chaining and restricting movement between the body and soul. That's really cool. That's a cool mechanic. You know, that's like a cool mechanic that also is impactful, where it's like, you know, you're ready to fight and you got your little sword and you're ready to fight this fiery looking dude, and he smacks your sword and you deflect the blow, but you feel yourself pushed out, like pushed back 10 feet, you know, and you sort of fly back almost like you're in water. Then you like come to a stop and you see your body still deflecting the blow as like the fighter like look directly at you, and you look down your hands, they're just like this blue glow or whatever. Like that's a cool impactful moment. I like that. That's a cool boss fight, or you know, even just a regular encounter or whatever. But that's cool. I like that. That's a very unique vibe I've never heard before in D&D. I like combat like that. It really is something that you've never seen or felt or heard before in D&D. Like that's the best kind of D&D encounters for me. Some of it's just like Lamop. Lost Mines. Have dialogue with others like tombs or ghosts. Some have key points. aka lizard folk are attacking. Devil is disguised in the town council. There's a dragon at X. That's actually probably intentional, that like Lost Mines to me is meant for people who it's like no one in your group has played D&D before. The 6 of you went to the game store and you all pitched in your money to buy a couple of PHBs and whatever, or y'all bought PHBs and DMGs and whatever. Y'all pitched in to buy a Lost Mines adventure, and the most willing person got volunteered at the altar to be the DM to run the adventure, but that person has never played D&D or run D&D, and so you want the adventure to be as like hand-holdy as possible. And something like Tomb of Annihilation. Like you're not running Tomb of Annihilation if you're brand new to D&D, probably. You know, actually, I don't know what the most recent printing of Tomb of Annihilation. There wasn't a 5th Ed, was there? Or no, there was, or was it Forgotten Horrors? Was there a 5th Ed Tomb of Annihilation? There is. Okay, yeah. You're at 5th Ed. You're likely not running Tomb of Annihilation. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was Tomb or Temple. You're likely not running Tomb of Annihilation if you're brand new to D&D. If you are, man, if I find out a group of D&D players, no one has ever played D&D at all, and they pick up Tomb as their first adventure to play in and to run, like, we gotta send them a box of cigars or something. Like we gotta send them like an 80s action movie fucking gift basket, right? That's a flex, man. Bring back the classics. Isle of Dread, Temple of Elemental Evil, Lost City. I love Temple of Elemental Evil. Temple of Elemental Evil. There it is. Oh, God. A D&D official game adventure. A monstrous adventure including T1, the village of Hamlet, and the long-awaited T2, Temple of Elemental Evil is set in the world of Greyhawk setting. Wow. I didn't know this was a video game as well. I've never heard of this before. I've never seen this Temple of Elemental Evil, the video game. That's cool. Never played the board game either. I don't play board games because I'm not a nerd. So yeah, I don't play board games. Not what you refer to as a nerd. All right. I'm losing my voice for some reason. I'm like, after taking 2 weeks off of stream, I'm like not used to it coming back. It's kind of weird, bro. I don't know. All right, we got our thumbnails done today. I will walk away from one or from this for an hour, and I'll come back and I'll pick one. But for now, I think that's about it for today. I think that's good. We did a bunch of work today, man. We got a lot done. We chilled out. We hung out. So thank you guys for relaxing. We only had 16 devs. That's not bad. Ran myself through Lost Mines yesterday to practice DMing. That's fun, actually. I should try that. Because I don't have friends that want to play D&D with me anymore. I don't know if anybody wants to play D&D. So I need to solo RPG my way through things like Lost Mines because, you know, everybody's like, oh, I gotta be at work until like 6 or something. So we can't play until like 9 or some shit. So sounds pretty good. Anyway, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Today was World Building Wednesday. Tomorrow is the Character Thursday. Yeah, there we go. Character Thursday. That's our Thursday stream. So I'm gonna be doing a I don't know, play Baldur's Gate again. You're right, I should play Baldur's Gate again. Whatever it means is we're desperate to play D&D. I might just play D&D one-on-one with Ella. That's it. Just take her by the hand and take her into Eldara and play. You can't wait for Character Thursday? Yeah, me either. World Building Wednesday is always fun, but Character Thursday is my favorite. So you're the nobody wants to play a D&D anymore phase of your life. Yeah, true. That's what happens when you hit 30, Garthen. So take care. As always, pleasure watching you on your stream. Thank you for hanging out here, Lara. Thank you, Thorkin. Good to see you, Garthen. Ella. Thanks for chilling, Atari. Thank you, Thorkin, Guapo, Cobalt. Thank you, mods, for doing mod things. I appreciate all y'all. Thank you guys for the raids today. Thank you for the bits and the subs and everything. Y'all are genuinely a bushel of peaches. I'm gonna go try that yogurt and protein powder thing for my post-stream snacky and see how many calories it calculates out to and see if it's good or not. But I bet it'll be good. A banana protein powder with vanilla yogurt or coconut yogurt should be pretty good. See, these are the things you have to get excited about in life when you're on a calorie deficit. These are the things that you have to tell yourself are fun. Anyway, I'll see you all tomorrow. No, okay, I thought, wait, do I have something to do tomorrow? No, okay, all right, I'm thinking of, okay, never mind, we're good. I just want to make sure. Like, wait, need to run through my head. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Until next time, my friends. Farewell. All right. Done with stream today. Time to relax. Time to relax. Time to relax. Yep. All right. All right. Been waiting all day for this. Okay.
The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, or where it isn't from where it is, whichever is greater, it obtains a difference or deviation. The guidance subsystem uses deviations to generate corrective commands to drive the missile from a position where it is to a position where it isn't, and arriving at a position where it wasn't, it now is. Consequently, the position where it is now the position that it wasn't, and it follows that the position that it was is now the position that it isn't. In the event that the position that it is not the position that it wasn't, the system has acquired a variation. The variation being the difference between where the missile is and where it wasn't. If variation is considered to be a significant factor, it too may be corrected by the GEA. However, the missile must also know where it was. The missile guidance computer scenario works as follows. Because a variation has modified some of the information the missile has obtained, it is not sure just where it is. However, it is sure where it isn't, within reason, and it knows where it was. It now subtracts where it should be from where it wasn't, or vice versa. And by differentiating this from the algebraic sum of where it shouldn't be and where it was, it is able to obtain the deviation and its variation, which is called error.
God, I love this life.